Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 180, Perspectives on Parenting, Top Challenges of Parenting. That's not at all
Not it, actually. It's Perspectives on Parenting, Getting Them Ready.
Okay, whatever.
Hopefully you got the same script as me.
I have the questions, all right? This is just from a couple of however long ago it was.
All right, well, it'll be interesting if nothing else.
Anyway, I'm your host, Madison Whalen, giving a great intro so far, and my co-host today, Joseph Whalen.
Hi.
This is why I don't do this stuff anymore.
A little out of practice. You only do this every 10 episodes.
And also our special guest for today, Michelle Whalen from Insights and Entertainment.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, everyone.
How are you doing?
Sound like, special guest. It's Mom. We just had dinner. It wasn't like, I haven't seen you in a while or anything.
That's true.
Been a while since we've been on the air, though.
Well, yes, that is true.
All right, so how's everybody doing?
Fantastic.
Wonderful. And you?
Good. Not used to this, but we're working on it.
And another year older.
Yeah,
look at that.
ain't that nifty, am I right?
Pretty soon we're not going to be able to do Insights into Teens anymore.
I still got a couple of years, technically.
Well, that's good. So the show will continue for a little while.
Till I'm 20, technically. I'm still a teenager at 19, technically. So
that's true.
True.
And then we'll have to go out and dig up another teenager that can be on the show. Or we'll be lying. Well, technically, you started the show at 12, so.
Right.
Yeah, technically we were lying from the beginning.
Yeah.
It's all a lie.
Bunch of liars.
Anyway, so today we're going to be doing another one of our perspectives on parenting. This is the third episode of this we've done. It's kind of our big episode, 10 episode margin topper off, or segue into the next era of what our Insights into Teens podcasts are going to be about.
Kind of like a season arc,
Pretty much, yeah. And like you said earlier, today we're going to be talking about a section from that we've been pulling from so far for the other episodes, which is getting them ready. So we're going to be going through various different questions relating to things of teaching kids to socialize, instilling good behavior in them, and looking after their educational needs. Since I do not have the right thing up, I do not have a good summary, so that is my best interpretation of what we've got so far.
That's good enough.
All right. But before we get started on the podcast, I'd like to invite the listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions listed under Insights into Teens. You can also find video and audio versions listed under Insights into Things. I'd also like to invite you to give us your feedback on what we're talking about, or give us your suggestions for show topics. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com, and links to all these and more are on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
We are ready.
Alrighty. So
Sorry, wrong button.
Oh, we're just full of
I
mistakes.
was almost ready.
We're just full of mistakes today, aren't we?
We're a little out of practice.
A little out of practice. It's been a while. But starting us off, I'm going to be asking both of you questions about teaching kids how to socialize. So I'm going to ask this to you, Father.
Okay.
So, is it the job of a parent to teach their kids how to socialize?
I don't know if it's the job of the parent. I think kids, for the most part, will socialize where they're comfortable. I think parents have the responsibility of kind of setting the example and teaching kids probably the cautious way to socialize, the dangers of it, how to do it right, and encouraging. I think that's probably a better term, is it's a parent's job to encourage you to socialize, but within your comfort zone, I think.
All right, that's fair. Mommy, you want to add anything on that?
No, I would probably agree for the most part with that. I think, nowadays you have a lot of kids that do homeschooling, so there's not as much socializing for some people, but a lot of the homeschoolers actually have their own school system in some respects so that they can have the kids socialize. So back in the day, whenever you heard that somebody, was homeschooled, it kind of meant that they didn't know how to act in public or didn't know how to act with other people because they were never around other people, where now homeschooled kids actually probably get more interaction because not only are they're in a different type of environment, so they are being able to socialize more. So I think it is important to, for the parents to make sure that their child is in some sort of environment to be able to socialize.
All right, fair enough. I'll lead the next question to you, Mommy. Do or do you not feel kids knowing how to socialize is important, and why or why not?
Oh, absolutely. It's very important because it's how you function, day to day in the world. Fortunately, nowadays, so much can kind of be done in isolation. Unfortunately, we found that out during the pandemic, that people didn't need to necessarily go to work. Now having all of the technology that you have where you could video call with somebody, FaceTime or Zoom or whatever, you don't need to necessarily physically socialize, but you still have some sort of skill set that you need to be able to communicate and socialize even virtually. So I think it's just important in general to be able to, not have anxiety when you want to go get something to eat and you need to go order from a restaurant or pick something up at the store. There's all that social interaction, but there are times, again, because of the pandemic and everything, there's so much that became virtual or curbside where you don't have to, where there are people that have the anxiety of having the social interaction, where it kind of helped them to still be kind of part of things without having it. But I think it's a skill set that everybody, should have.
Okay, do not at all feel called out by that. Anyway, I'll turn the next question over to you, Father. Can kids gain enough social skills on their own through things like school and interacting with others with little parental influence?
If I'm going back to when I was a kid, I would say absolutely. My parents had very little influence on my social upbringing, I'd say. We did it all of ourselves. My parents weren't the helicopter parents. They weren't hovering over me. They weren't part of the PTA. They weren't the soccer moms. None of that stuff existed at the time. So as a kid, we did everything ourselves from a social standpoint. We got home from school. If you had homework, you finished your homework, and then you were out playing until it was dark and you had to come in at that point in time. You did it through school because you made friends with everyone at school. And there was a very different environment at the time. Like unfortunately, nowadays, there are too many things out there now that are a danger to kids. So parents tend to be overly protective these days. And as a result, you get the creation of play dates. We didn't have play dates as a kid. If I wanted to hang out with my friends, I'd get on the phone, call and see if they were there. I'd go over to their house. The neighborhood that I lived in, it was a not a gated community, but it was a closed community in that it wasn't on any major roads. So the whole community itself was about 1 square mile. So if I wanted to hang out with my friends, I'd either go to my best friend who was on the next street over, or I'd walk across town for 5 minutes to go to see the kids that were over there. So there was nothing that kept you in the house. We didn't have technology. We weren't glued to our phones or anything like that. So you had to go out and play with people and make friends because there was no substitute. You had 3 channels on showing my age here, but you had 3 channels on TV unless you were rich enough to have cable, and then you had like 15 channels. So there wasn't anything at home to do. You didn't have video games. You didn't have computers when I was a kid. You had toys, and you played with your friends with toys, or you'd go out and play sports or something like that. So my parents had almost nothing to do with my socializing. So in fact, if it was up to my mom, I probably wouldn't have had any friends because she didn't let anybody over the house. She hated having people over the house because she didn't want people making a mess at the house. So today it's very different though. And I think today there are so many things at home that keep kids from being social. Ironically, social media is one of them. People think social media is a social activity, and it's not. It's the exact opposite. So as a result, parents today are organizing kids in, play groups or whatever to try and get them to socialize more, because we have to get you ready to interact with society as an adult. And then if you're not going to do it yourself, then the parents have to at least put some effort into that.
That's fair enough. The next question goes to you, Mommy. What methods do you feel are best in getting kids to socialize?
Well, I think it helps if there's some sort of common interest. So, for kids to either join a sport or do dance or some sort of club, some sort of activity, I think that always helps, because then you have that common bond versus, hey, I'm into video games and I'm into baseball, but I don't like video games and I don't like baseball. You might have a conflict, and then it might make you actually not even want to socialize. So I think that's probably a good start. Besides school, I think going to school or being, with kids your own age is a great way to kind of start the socializing. And then if you see that there's some sort of, issue where, maybe they're not socializing enough, maybe they're not getting along with people, maybe trying to find a group where, they would kind of feel that they belong.
That makes sense. Do you want to weigh in on this, Daddy?
No, I think Mommy covered that topic pretty well.
Alrighty. Next question goes to you then. Should certain social activities be limited to different age groups? If so, which ones?
None come to mind immediately, but I'm sure there are certain ones that are age appropriate. Certain things require certain resources. If you want to go to the mall's only going to allow a certain age group to be there unsupervised. If you want to go to the movies, you need transportation, you need money. So there's logistics around that, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you just want to hang out with your friends, no, that shouldn't be any age group. You're going to watch TV or play video games or play board games. So anything that's there probably would be age specific to the actual activity itself, and it would be less dependent on the socializing aspect of it than it would be what the actual activity, I think, would be.
That makes sense. Anything to say on that?
No, I think that was okay.
All right. Mommy, the next question is for you.
Okay.
What kind of impact do you feel that you've had on my social life?
I don't know. I hope a positive one. While you weren't in any sort of clubs or anything up until high school, you did do the before and after care, which that was kind of, not that it was necessarily a club, it was something that was needed because of, going and working, in the office and the hours of school and things like that. But that kind of became a way for you to socialize with a vast array of kids that weren't necessarily all within your age group. When you started, you were one of the younger kids, and then you became, the older kids. So you got to kind of see the transition of being the kid that, oh, I don't have that much homework, I want to go play, to being the older kid that had more homework, and you got annoyed at the younger kids who just wanted to play because you still had homework that you needed to do. But I think you also kind of found your niche of, okay, I kind of like being the older kid and hanging with the younger kids and kind of being the mom of the group in a way. I think that kind of became your niche in a lot of cases, because even with, the kids in the neighborhood, you're one of the older ones when you would get together and do stuff, and you kind of organize, and you're kind of like the kid wrangler. Come on, let's do this. Let's go here. Let's do that. Or, even when you were in marching band, if somebody needed a Band-Aid, wait, I got one. Oh, you need a fan? You're hot? Yeah, here's that. Oh, you were the one that, was taking care of everybody. So I think that kind of helped to put you in that. I know I kind of look back and I kind of have regrets that we didn't get you more involved with things when you were younger. And unfortunately, it was time constraints where, there were activities that started at, 4:00 in the afternoon, but because of our working schedules, we couldn't do that. So you weren't able to do dance or brownies or Girl Scouts or things like that.
I like brownies.
Who doesn't? So I kind of regret that, and I wonder how things would have changed if you had been able to do those things. Would you be, different socially than you are now?
That's fair.
But, I don't think you have any regrets for it. I don't think you ever go, I really wish.
Yeah, not really, no.
You're kind of happy, like, being where you are. And again, I think part of it is also because we went through COVID, and that was when you were in middle school. So that was another, like, informative year time frame that kind of got compressed, where that should have been more getting out, hanging out with friends, doing things, but nobody was doing any of that. But you have this nice little core group, of friends, which is important, I think, that everybody have that. So you might not always be able to get together with everybody, but it's like, all right, well, do you want to do something? All right, we'll do something this week, and it's maybe not everybody all at once, but okay, so this day you hang out with this person and this day you get to hang out with that one. And, so I feel, that it kind of, all right, we did a good job. She's not the person that's, sitting at home, not talking to anybody, not communicating with anybody, not hanging out with anybody. So, so I think we did good so far.
Fair enough.
Just need to learn how to, order food on your own. That's all.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that. All right, so the next question is going to go out to you. So you mentioned before how a parent can kind of influence a kid in the terms of them being social. So do you believe that a parent could cause a child to be less social?
Yes. There are certainly a number of different ways that a parent can have that impact on a child. And sometimes it's not a negative impact. Sometimes if you're someone who is more interested in going out and socializing than you are in doing the things that you need to be responsible about doing, schoolwork or chores or whatever, having a parent make you less social is a positive. The negatives tend to come in with parents who live vicariously through their kids. And you see this a lot with sports. You have parents who want to relive their youth through their kids. And so they get them in every sports event. They're doing traveling teams. They're doing tournaments, and their entire life is consumed with going out and doing these sports, not because the kid really wants to do it, but because the parent wants to do it. And that's where it gets dangerous, and that's where you kind of have to be careful.
Yeah, you also mentioned the idea of helicopter parents. And do you think a helicopter parent could also cause a child to be less social in a more negative light?
I think a helicopter parent who's overly cautious, and unfortunately in today's society, it's not unjustified to be overly cautious of your children, but a helicopter parent could really put too much fear in their kids and transfer their own fear to their kids and have them make them be less social as a result. So yes, there's definitely that negative effect.
So really, depending on what type of parent you can be, either you live vicariously through your kids, you're a helicopter parent, or there's some other combination of it. A parent can always cause a child to be less social in a positive light, but also in a more negative light.
Absolutely. There's a lot of different examples of bad parents out there that can cause this type of problem to happen. You have parents that aren't involved at all with their kids. And as a result, their kids are overly social. They wind up getting into groups that are a bad influence on them. They wind up getting into substance abuse issues. And parents should be doing something about their kids, but they're not. And they allow their kids to basically run free with no constraints on them at all. And that's not a good thing either.
All right. Final question in this section goes to you, Mommy. Are there right and wrong ways of teaching a kid how to be social, and what would you say they are?
Well, yeah, there's, I think you need to, have your child interact, out in the real world, and not keep them, at home all the time. And, children should be, seen and not heard, because you see it time and time again where, a parent has their child out, shopping or at a restaurant or what's so funny?
Nothing.
Okay. And they are totally misbehaving because they don't know how to act because, the parent never took the child out in public. So the child has no idea how to act socially, like what's the right way, to act. Where, Daddy and I, when you were a baby, you went out, you did things. If you cried, we took care of it. Or, there was really only one time ever that we actually left someplace because we couldn't get you to stop crying. It was just you were upset about something. You either didn't feel well or whatever, and unfortunately you were a baby, so you couldn't tell us what was wrong. We did all the things. We changed you, we fed you, we burped you, we did this, all the
We beat you.
No, we didn't do that.
We put the pillow over your head.
No, we didn't do that either. But, we went through all the things, and it just got to the point. So we didn't want to be that parent where we were ruining everybody else's time. But then there were multiple times where we would go places and people would compliment us on how well behaved you were and how polite you were. And that was a testament to us raising you to be, socially aware and a polite, well-behaved child. So there's right ways to do it, and there's wrong way. And, but then the parent themselves also have to be, a well-behaved person, because some parents themselves aren't, well-behaved. So it's kind of hard to teach your child how to be well-behaved if you don't know how to behave.
Yeah, I think one of the keys is that the parents have to be socially competent. If the parents aren't socially competent and the child's being raised by parents who have no social skills, the child's not going to get any social skills because, one, there's no one to set the example, and two, there's no perceived need to have them in the first place.
That makes sense.
So that's one of the I think overriding factors of that.
All right. I think this segment went well.
I think it did as well.
All right, we'll take a quick break, and then we'll move on to the next segment.
Okay.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today, we're on our perspectives on parenting. We're talking about getting them ready. And now I'm going to ask some questions about instilling good behavior in them. Them being children, by the way. All right. To start us off with the first question, we'll go to you, Dad. So what forms
I've been demoted from father.
So, what forms of good behavior should a parent try to instill in their child?
Without getting overly verbose, I think the basics. You want your kids to be honest. You want your kids to be hardworking. And you want your kids to treat other people decent. I think if you can get those three, qualities instilled in your kids, everything else kind of falls in line at that point in time. And keep your expectations realistic. You're not gonna turn your kid into a philanthropic genius overnight, but you have to demonstrate to them these skills and these qualities. You have to be honest. You have to treat them with respect and make sure that you're kind to them and kind to others. One of the things that my mother always instilled in me was her compassion. She had this overwhelming compassion for everyone. There wasn't anyone my mother ever turned away who needed help. We might not have had enough food on the table for the family, But if somebody needed help and she could take somebody in and give them a roof over their head and a warm meal and get them back on their feet, she would do it in an instant. And that leaves a lasting impression on kids when you see your parents act in noble ways like that, I think.
That makes sense. Any other traits you'd like to add, or you think he kind of covered it?
No, I would say just raise your kids to be decent human beings. That's, I think, if
they're human beings.
Well,
for the aliens out there, we don't want to discriminate.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think that's the top level. If you are raised them to be a decent human being, everything else kind of just falls into place.
All right, that's fair. Turning it over to you, Mommy.
Okay.
How do you feel the actions of the parent can affect how good-natured or well-behaved their child is?
Well, I think that comes into play where you're setting that example. If Daddy and I are, you see that we are, walking down the street and we see somebody that's homeless and we're like, screw them, and and we, kick over their cup or something and we're all jerky or whatever, well, you're going to be like, all right, well, I have to be a jerk to everybody. Or in some cases, maybe that would even make you not want to be like that because you realize that's the bad example. But I think when you see, hopefully the good example that the parents are setting, that makes the child want to set that good example. But then again, you have parents that go out of their way to have good examples, but the child just doesn't see it or has some sort of issue where, nope, I'm not going to be like that. I want to be the exact opposite of my parents. So as parents, you kind of hope for the best, that you do enough to show what's right and wrong, enough for your child to make that own, their own decision.
Yeah, because you can't always guarantee that the kid's going to really even be listening to your example or doing the exact opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes people are just rotten to the core. You can't get past that.
Right.
Fair enough. All right, turning this over to you, Daddy. Is this something that can be entrusted by outside forces like school or peers to be taught to kids?
Yes, it can. In so much as these types of behaviors can be instilled through discipline. And you can even go so far as to say the military. You've got a lot of kids that come out of high school who don't know who they are, don't know what they want to be, and they're wild and dangerous, and they wind up in the military, and the military gives them that discipline, that structure that they need, because they might not be getting it at home. So yes, there's a place that schools can serve as a tool to that end. Is it their responsibility? Should parents abdicate their responsibility to the schools to do that? Absolutely not. This type of behavioral training or learning has to happen at home. And when parents forego that and parents decide that they're not responsible for teaching their kids how to behave properly, then you run into all kinds of societal problems, and the kids run into all kinds of, disciplinary problems, academic problems, legal problems. And I think that's where a good portion, and I hate to put all the blame on the parents, but I think a lot of the crime that you have in society today, a lot of the cruelty and the hatred that you see in today's society, I want to put that blame on parents, because I think if you had better parenting, better mentoring at home, and parents who took the time and exercised the responsibility to raise your kids right, society would be a better place today. All too often, we want to abdicate that responsibility and say, well, the school system should do that, or the government should do it, or go into the military. We're going to send you to the military. No, you need to be a good parent. That's really what it boils down to. And a good parent's primary concern is, one, protect your children, and two, make sure they become productive citizens in society. And if you can't make sure those two things happen, then you failed as a parent. Now, sometimes protecting your kid is hard to do in today's society because of people who have failed the system. But no one has any excuse for not raising your kids right. You can go through the motions, and like we said, the kids might not take it, and they just might be rotten to the core. There are literally people out there that are just bad people. But if the parents didn't put the effort in, you can't blame the child. You have to blame the parents at that point. So I can't say that schools are responsible for this. Schools can do this. Your peers can do this. Peers become mentors, as you grow older. So they can do it. And they should, to a certain extent, do it because it's the right thing to do. But ultimately, it has to start with the parents.
That's understandable. All right, the next question is for you, Mommy. In what ways can a parent instill both good and bad behaviors in children?
Well, I think that's by whatever example you're showing your child. Kind of the whole, if you go out to a restaurant and you totally become a Karen in, I want to see the manager and this is horrible, and and you're constantly complaining because nothing is done right when you're going over and above and showing that to your child's going to see them and think either, oh, this is the way I have to be. I have to be a jerk in order to get what I want. Or your child might say, you know what, that was really kind of wrong. Maybe I shouldn't be like that. So you always hope for the best. But I think also showing, the right example. Hey, if something went wrong, this is the way you take care of it. You don't just go off the handle like that, or how to deal with anger, or how to deal with something that goes wrong, and so that you don't have that anxiety or the issues of having that bad behavior learned. You kind of go, okay, this is how I deal with it, and I move on, and everything is better. So, but then there are parents that they think the way that they're raising their kids is right, when other parents would look at them and go, no, you shouldn't be that way. You shouldn't be like that. That's one of the things where kids don't learn how to be a bully from other kids. They learn it from, other adults, that then those kids would learn it from that. You don't have the kids sitting around and a kid just decides to say something mean to somebody else. They said it because they heard somebody older or saw it on TV or something. So the parents need to kind of teach, okay, this is the right way to do it. This is the wrong way to do it. And again, it kind of goes back to, the schools and things like that, where, yes, it's not the school's responsibility. The parents have to set that foundation. But the other part of it, too, is when you think about how many hours a day you're in school, you're actually in school and with those people longer than you are with your own family. So while it's almost like a co-op of sorts. You have to have the help from the school. Not saying that it's 100% their responsibility, but again, if the parents lay that foundation, then everything else builds up from it. Kind of like, if I teach you to be a decent human being, everything else should come naturally and should be teaching you everything. Oh, okay, well, if I think, all right, decent human being, would I do this or would I do this? No, this makes sense. Doing that would be the bad thing. And hopefully then it kind of makes the rest of the lessons go smoothly.
That makes sense. All right, next question is for you, Father.
Oh, I've been promoted
Father.
again.
So is teaching...
Mr. Whale, this question is for you.
Anyway.
That's next.
Anyway, is teaching nothing about good or bad behaviors to children something to make a deal over or not?
That's a tough question. There's an argument to be made to curb what you're teaching your kids when it comes to certain things. Kids are developing, their brains are still developing. So if you impose your fears on kids and you try to teach them about some of the terrible things that happen, and talk about current events now. You've got the war in Gaza right now. You've got the war in Ukraine. There's a lot of things. The COVID experience. There's a lot of serious things that go on in the world that are anxiety inducing. And while you want kids to learn from these things and mature from them and take something positive away from them, in trying to get to that positive outcome, you can very easily overwhelm a kid's senses, and you can very easily scare them and scar them with the imagery that you see on TV and the repeated atrocities that are happening. So when it comes to stuff like that, there's an argument to be made to tone it down, not do away with it entirely, because kids are going to see this stuff on the news. They're going to hear about it. Their friends are going to talk about it. And they're going to have questions, and they're going to need guidance to understand what these things mean and how it affects them and so forth. But you don't want to throw them, into the fire and give them everything. So there's a certain level of discretion, I think, that's involved in that parents really need to understand their kids. And this is part of going back and being a good parent. It's not just about setting an example. It's about understanding the audience. And it's about knowing what kind of message is best received, and sometimes dwelling on some of the negative things or even being overly optimistic sets the wrong tone. So I think parents have to understand their kids. You have to respect your kids, and you have to talk to your kids. Every kid is different. And the only way you're going to know how to present information and lessons to your kid is to get to know them. And sometimes that requires a certain amount of discretion to make sure that you're not oversaturating them with positive or negative, I think.
That's fair. All right, for a bit of personal experience, Mommy, what have you done to instill good behaviors in me?
What have you done?
I locked you in a closet. No.
What didn't you do?
I don't know. What didn't I do? I think
the beatings will continue until
morale improves. I don't know. I for the most part, you were a really good kid. You're still a good kid. Like we never really went through. Like, I can look back at so far in the last 17 years, and there really hasn't been oh my God, do you remember this time when,
I do.
whatever.
Yeah, I remember.
But I don't. I don't know if it's because I have blocked it out. Like, am I not remembering things? Like, obviously we had ups and downs. especially like everybody going through puberty, your emotions go out of whack, but because we talk about it, and I think that's actually been very helpful. I think the fact that we have this understanding between all of us, for the most part, there are obviously things that you don't want to talk to Daddy about because it's, a girl thing, a female thing,
And Daddy's very grateful for that, too,
right?
by the way.
Or you're more empathetic than him.
Right. Or that
I'm
too.
empathetic.
Not always. Sure, we'll go with that. But I think because we've always had that open communication where Daddy knows a whole lot more about female reproduction than he ever wanted to learn. And but I think that was helpful. It wasn't, well, go and talk to your mother about this. I don't want to know about this, and I think that also helped. So when the mood swings hit, he understood.
Daddy knew to bring chocolate home those days.
Right. And when you brought chocolate home, everything was right with the world. And it was like, oh, yeah. So that's probably been, our biggest hurdle in terms of that. The other, thing is, schoolwork and school grades, and the biggest hurdle there is getting you to believe in yourself, really.
We're not there yet, so we're discussing that in a minute, so we can hold off on that for the time being.
I think it's just, it's been, there's always that little hurdle that we have, but we talk things out. And I think that's the biggest thing, is that we talk about it and we communicate. And if it's something, I don't want to talk about it now. Okay, we don't talk about it now, but we'll talk about it later. And we talk things through. And sometimes it doesn't make sense when we're talking about it. But then it's kind of like you have that epiphany of, oh, okay, this kind of makes sense now. All right, I see your point. Or I don't really believe what you're saying, but it does make sense. And hopefully at some point I'll believe you, that you say, what it is. And I think you realize that we have your best interest at heart. We want you to succeed. And whatever we, can do for you, we will.
All right. I think that's, solid.
Thanks.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm starting to lose it. Sorry. All right. So the last question we'll go over for this segment, leaning towards you, Father.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen. Do you feel instilling good behavior in kids is a more difficult task for certain parents?
Yes. There are parents who don't exhibit the behavior that they want their kids to exhibit. And when that happens, the parents come across as hypocrites. My father was that way. My father expected a certain level of behavior if you were out in public or if you were at home with family. And my father expected respect. He was big on demanding respect. And unfortunately, you can't demand respect. Respect is something that's earned. And the way that my father treated us was on a level, several levels below where he treated perfect strangers. And as a result, there was very little respect that I could have for him. So when that sort of expectation is there and you as a parent can't deliver on it yourself, it's very difficult for that parent to dictate how you should behave. That's why I think the most important lesson are lessons your parents teach you through their example. If your parents are decent people, if they're respectful, if they have pride in you and self-confidence in you, those things transfer down to you. Unfortunately, so do their negative traits. If your parents lack ambition, or if they're lazy, or if they're disrespectful, or they insult people, or they're negative, those traits transfer down to the kids as well. So I think a parent can't demand or expect any more of their kid than they're willing to do themselves, because the kid's not going to respect you at that point in time. And if anything, that's going to cause your kids to rebel against you. And that in and of itself is a lesson.
That is fair. I think that was a good way to end this. All right, so we will be back after a short break, and when we do, we're going to be talking about looking after your kids' educational needs.
All righty.
We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today on Perspectives on Parenting, we're looking at getting them ready. And now we're going to talk about looking after your kids' educational needs. So to keep with the order, Mommy, the first question is for you.
Okay.
So what do you feel are some of the most important educational needs of a child?
Reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Making sure that they get a good education is probably the biggest thing. Obviously, everybody learns differently, so you have to make sure that your child is in an environment where they can excel. I think any child can excel. It just is a matter of, are they being taught the right way? Because everybody learns different ways. So what works for one child might not work for another child. So I think that's a big thing is knowing where your child's limitations are, what do they excel in, what do they need help in, and to try and help them navigate that so that they can succeed.
All right, that's fair. Want to comment on any of that?
Nope. I think she's spot on there.
Woohoo!
Alrighty.
Right answer.
Next question is for you then. Should there be a line between what parents have to teach their kids and what they should learn in school? Something I feel like, is kind of put in question a lot in the modern day. So.
Oh, absolutely. And I think my take on it is parents should teach their kids wisdom, and schools should teach the kids knowledge. So you learn book knowledge and your maths, your sciences, your languages, all that comes from school. And I'm perfectly fine with that. How to use that knowledge is what is wisdom, right? So then your parents teach you that. How to utilize the abilities that you gain from school, when to utilize them, and how best to put them to use that benefits society. That's what your parents should be teaching you to do. I think schools can't do that. And schools can't do that because school's job is not to do that. School's job is to dump knowledge into you, teach you the subjects. And when schools try to teach you the moral side of those things, that's where they run into problems. Because schools are institutions of the state. And the state itself is, by its very nature, biased. I think parents who it's their responsibility to raise productive members of society should be the ones that are teaching their kids how to use that knowledge and how to interact in society, while schools can maintain the control of that knowledge and teaching of that knowledge with the oversight of parents. Parents should have control over the knowledge that you get. Parents shouldn't abdicate teaching kids about history. And I'm talking real history, not watered down history that make people uncomfortable. History is history, and that's what you should be taught, even if some of the subjects may be sensitive or uncomfortable or may not hold a certain light to individuals or institutions in this country. It's history, and it's worth learning. Your sciences are the same thing. Let the parents be the ones to teach kids the intricacies of how that knowledge is then used for the betterment of society, and keep the schools out of the raising of the kids. They should be the teaching the kids.
All right. I definitely think that's fair. So this question kind of goes along with that, and despite that we haven't gotten entirely your opinion on the full matter, I still think it would be good to get part of your perspective on this, Mommy. So due to more neglectful or restrictive parenting, should schools be required to teach a bit more about sensitive topics?
Well, I don't think it's the school's responsibility. It's someone's responsibility. And I think that's where you kind of have to, let the school kind of gauge where, something might be lacking, and where, a teacher should reach out to the parent saying, hey, did you know such and such was going on with your child? Because in some cases, the parent might not know because, maybe when the child is at home, they act, one way, but yet when they go to school, they're a completely different person. And especially if it's a bad behavior or something along those lines. So, again, they're going to school to learn and to get that knowledge. But again, like I had said, kids are in school far more hours than they are at home, during the week. And then of course, if you have parents that are divorced, where then their time is even more split between, different parents or whatever the parents' work schedule might be. So I don't want to say that, the school needs to be surrogate parents, but again, it's a cooperative between, the school or whatever education, or if it's a club or something that, a child is involved with. Hopefully there's some sort of advisor that is seeing something that maybe the parent's not seeing, that they can at least bring it to the parent's attention and say, hey, listen, we realize, this is going on. Did you even know about it? Do you even, realize that this is an issue? And kind of go from there.
That's fair. All right, turning it over to you, Mr. Whalen. Do teens' educational needs include more than just academics?
Absolutely. And I think we touched on, one of the most significant aspects of this when we talked about socializing and social skills in the first segment. Socializing isn't something that's in a book, right? You don't take a course on how to be social. Social interactions happen as a byproduct of being in a school with multiple kids and adults who are your teachers or your counselors or stuff. So there's more that happens. There's more information and knowledge that's imbued on you than is what's in the textbooks. So yes, I absolutely agree with that. And you can take that a step past that to nutrition and physical education, the basic health understandings, learning your information to learn to drive, stuff like that. There's so much that happens in school that's not just academic related that's important for kids' growth. Creativity is another one. Even though it's considered an academic activity, your ability to express yourself creatively is something that's nurtured in school that's really not an academic. You don't get graded on whether or not you can draw a pretty picture or not, but your ability to express yourself through that way is something that's nurtured in school as well. So definitely more than just academics.
All right. We'll move the next question to you, Mommy. So what topics do you feel schools need to prioritize more or add to get kids ready for the real world?
Well, I think now, a class that you'll actually have later this year, your personal finance class. That was something that we never had in high school, really. I think unless you were a business major or, taking business classes, is how do you even balance a checkbook? How do I pay bills? How do I, get car insurance? These are things that, you're going to need to learn how to do. I'm kind of, the one thing I kind of wish you did have was, I know when I was in middle school and we started having these electives and things, home ec was one of them. It was basic cooking, basic sewing. We also did wood shop, and other things. So you kind of got a little taste of that. And that was something where now, if you wanted to take a cooking class, you could, but with all of your other classes that you have, for engineering and stuff, you don't have that space available. But I think something like that should be something that's taught. Just basic, everyday survival of, how to do the laundry and things like that. Not necessarily that it needs to be a class, because again, that should be something that, that's done at home. But I think if your parents aren't ones that like to cook or know how to cook, I think if you were in an environment with your friends on how to cook, you'd have more fun learning it, where, there are some people that have fun cooking with their family if their family likes to cook. There are some, families that don't like to cook, or have relatives that do cook. So I think that would be something. I'm surprised they've gotten away from that and added all these other things, because the other thing too is, while it's great that you can end up graduating high school and have all of these college credits, there are some kids that, end up having like double majors in high school now, where they're graduating high school already with an associate's. And it's like, okay, so now what do you do? You're still only 18 years old. You still have a lot of learning to still do. What's that piece of paper going to do? Are you really ready for the real world? Maybe you are, maybe you're not. So I think in some cases there's more pressure on kids your age than when, Daddy and I went to school. But yet I think also you guys have more advantages because there's more information out there. But I think in a lot of cases, it's almost information overload too. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword where, you have it better in some cases, but I think you're kind of lacking in others because there's so much more out there to do. You know, like some of the classes you're taking are things that I couldn't take until college. And it's funny because I remember having this same conversation with my parents when I was in 8th grade, and what I was learning, they didn't learn until college as well. And I was actually using their college textbook to help me with a report. So it's, you know, I get to now see that kind of full circle of, oh, well, back in my day, I didn't do that until I went to college or I went to a trade school. And now it's, oh, I'm doing that in 7th grade. Psh. So, yeah. So I think that's kind of where, you know, again, double-edged sword. I think there's a lot that should be taught, but then there's a lot that you're being taught that somebody would have had to go to college for. So.
Fair enough. All right, now we get to the college questions.
Awesome.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, sorry.
All right, first of them goes to you, Daddy. Should parents
I don't
be...
know who I'm going to be by the end of this.
So should parents be the ones fully responsible for sending their kids to college?
Absolutely not. Somebody else should pay for it.
And if so, who?
Please write us a check.
No, and you know what? It's funny. I was thinking about this question. The college boards agree. And that's why the college boards don't just look at your academic transcript. They look at the clubs that you're in. They look at the charity work that you do. They look at who you are. They try to look at who you are as a person. They look at personality. They look at everything. And the person that you become isn't the person that you are on your test score sheets, on your CVE or CV. It's the person who is in that after school club, or the person who volunteers at the soup kitchen or at the animal shelter. These are all the various different things that help you get to college and put you through college. Now that's just talking about the personality and the morality, the character development side of things. But outside of that, from a financial standpoint, there's tons of different things that can help you financially get through college and get to college. The parents shouldn't think that the burden is all on their own to send you to college, keep you in college, and buy your books and all that. There's a lot of help that's out there. And a lot of that comes from you, too. A lot of it comes from your academic achievements. You know, the higher you score on your academic efforts, the easier it is to get financial aid. So you're helping to pay part of your college just from your performance. It's not just the parents. I think the parents have a large role in it. I think I look at it from a strictly dollar and cent standpoint. If you look at it that way, it's an investment. Your parents getting you to college and getting you through college is an investment for your future. And if there's one thing that parents want for their kids, it's for them to be successful. And whatever you do, whatever you choose to go to college for, whatever you choose to do in life afterwards, even if you choose not to go to college, Mommy and Daddy want you to be successful, and we want you to be happy. And, you know, success lends itself to happiness. So it's an investment there, but it's also the community who helped to build you into that person that makes you successful. We can't take credit for it. The majority of the effort comes from your part, but there's a lot of guidance. There's a lot of help along the way. Some of that comes from friends. It comes from your peers. It comes from mentors that you're going to be associated with. You know, you're taking a trip to Japan. That trip to Japan, very few kids are going to take that trip before they get out of high school. You're going to learn a ton, not just about Japan, but about life. You're going to learn about travel. You're going to learn about finance. You've already learned about finance because you've had to finance a portion of that trip. All these things are what get you to college. And I'm not just talking financially, I'm talking knowledge-wise. And these are things that are going to serve you through college and after college through life. So no, it's not just the parents. There's a lot of factors that go into your success moving forward, not the least of which is your own.
All right, fair enough. You get the big one, Mommy.
Oh boy.
So, let's get this one out of the way. And I'm already flubbing it. Great. Is college inherently necessary for someone to live a successful life?
No.
Okay, moving right along.
Hey!
College is not for everybody. While it's, again, back in the day, you had the people that went to college and the people that didn't. And depending on what your test scores were, you were either a college prep or you weren't. That was how it was back, when I was in school, depending on what your grades were. Oh, you're going to college. Okay. Or, okay, so if you're not going to college, then what are you doing? Are you going into the military or are you going and working at the gas station? It was, almost like an insult to the person that didn't go to college. And sometimes the person wasn't going to college because of financial reasons, because it was just too expensive to do that. So if you have to want to do it, there are kids that their parents tell them you're going to college whether you like it or not, and then that kid ends up in college for 10 years because they go to school and they don't know what they want to major in, so they major in one thing and they do that for a couple of years and they don't like that and they move on to something else, and you get that professional student where they just keep getting more and more degrees because they don't want to go into the real world. They just rather stay. I think nowadays there's so many technical schools out there where that might be better suited for for a student or for a child to go into that aspect. You have to do what you want to do. If it's something where you want to be in the medical field, you want to work in that, then you have to go to college. Unless you want to be a medical tech, then you would go to, a technical school that deals with that. You want to be a lawyer. Well, you have to go to law school. Then you have to go to college. Depending on what it is that you want to do, then there's a certain path that you have to follow. If it's something where you're not sure, should you still go to college? Well, maybe that's where you decide to kind of stay more local. Maybe you decide to go for an associate's degree where you go to a community college and kind of test the waters and see what it is that you like. And that's where I think nowadays high school has kind of become almost that precursor to having these choice schools and having these academies or these majors that you can have in high school where you can kind of test the waters and see, ooh, do I want to do a career in music? Do I want to do a career in nursing? Do I want to do a career in business? And you start taking these classes and you realize, wow, I really hate this.
Or do you want to do a career in truck driving?
Or do you want to be a truck driver? That's, a noble career as well. You have to do what makes you comfortable, like Daddy said, what makes you happy, where you feel you're going to be successful. And success is based on what you feel. You might only make $50,000 a year, but you're completely happy, where you could be making $100,000 a year and you're completely miserable. It's all a matter of perspective. So you have to do, what makes you happy. Maybe working in that corporate environment makes you absolutely miserable. So you don't want to do it, but, working in, a clinic, a veterinary clinic or something, as a technician makes you happy. You're not making as much money, but you're happy. You go home at the end of the day feeling fulfilled. That's what, you have to figure out what will make you happy. What do you feel will be successful, and what path do you need to get there? Is it college? Is it engineering? Is it music? Is it art? Is it computer science? What is it that brings you joy? That's really kind of the main thing that you have to look at, and then just kind of go from there.
All right, I'm not going to ask you if college is right for me. We're not going to go down that path
Yes,
today.
you are going to college whether you like it or not. No.
Okay.
No, seriously, we've had this discussion. We had, kind of the precursor to this discussion when it came to National Honor Society. I'm just saying, this is where we talked about it, and you were very adamant that you didn't want to do it. You probably could have gotten in if you had applied and you were asked to apply. You got the invitation to apply and you chose not to. That was your decision.
We did negotiate at least 2 years of college.
Right.
Just for the record.
Right. And we did say, and that's because we felt, because of where your grades are, we know you're going to get into a 4-year school. There's no question about it. And that's the other thing too, is nowadays there's a college out there for everybody. Now you can go.
Even truck drivers?
Yeah, I'm sure there is. I wouldn't be surprised. You can go anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world, and there is a college available. If you want to do a virtual school, there are tons of virtual schools out there. So if you never want to set foot on a campus somewhere, you still have the ability to take classes and get a degree. Because again, the world has changed in the last 10, 15 years, and it's so much more accessible to do that. If it's something where we start visiting colleges and there's nothing that sparks any sort of joy in you, where you're like, nope. We're not going to force you to go to Pennsylvania, to go to North Jersey, to go to Delaware, to go to Virginia, to go to Florida, for school. That's where we had said, well, then stay local and at least get that associate's degree, and then let's see where you are. So that this way you can say, you know what, I tried it, I did it. What have we always said growing up? At least try something once, and if you don't like it, you never have to do it again. And that's kind of where we've kind of decided, with college, and that might be a conversation that other kids need to have with their parents, because their parents might be setting these grand expectations for their kids, when if they just actually sat and had the conversation with their child, they'd realize that's not what I want to go and do. I want to this. And then, everybody's happy that way.
Alrighty.
You look very happy now.
Okay, hopefully this is the last question we've got, and honestly, I think it's set up right for you to answer it. So, personal one, again. How do you help provide me with my educational needs?
I do absolutely nothing
And like it.
and like it. No, encouragement. I think that's the biggest thing. Be there for your kids. We study a lot. We try to find the best study technique that works for you. And we'll try one way. If you don't get the scores you want, we'll try a different way. And try to get you excited. I try to get you interested in things. I think when you're interested in the subjects that you have, and granted, the period in history that you're doing right now, it's very difficult to get interested in. You have to have some vested interest in it. And one of the things I try to do is make it interesting, make it fun. We study for your chemistry. We try to make that fun. I'll find videos that show a little bit extra or give you a little bit more background on some of the historic stuff that we do. I won't touch math with a 10-foot pole, though. That's not my area of expertise, so that's all you.
We figured that out.
Yeah, I mean, what do? I try to make it interesting. I try to keep you, focused on it. I try to not make it a grind. And I think a lot of kids run into the situation where school can be a grind. It gets boring. It's topics you don't want to talk about. And I think if parents can pique their kids' interest, can first of all notice that kids are zoning out or that they're not interested in what they're talking about, and encourage your kids. I think that's the biggest thing. My parents were very hands-off when it came to school unless I brought home bad grades, and then they yelled at me. And I think that's the wrong approach. Yep. Parents need to get involved with their kids before there's a need to yell at them. Because if there's a need to yell at your kids, it's probably because you haven't been involved with them. So get involved with them, encourage them, and try to make it a little bit more entertaining. That's all I got.
All right, that's fair. That's all we had for today. So did you want to do a quick break, and then we'll come back with closing remarks and
You got it. Here we go.
All right, so this was the end of our supposed to be one episode segment on, top challenges of parenting. Overestimated how long the answers were specifically, but
parenting's really hard. We had to do a number of episodes.
But hey, I think we got the most out of it because, we were still able to get to everything. So, now we can get into some of the more interesting topics outside of this for our next ones, although that's going to be obviously a while from here.
All right.
But thank you both for joining me.
Thank you for having me too.
No problem.
Now that I know my 12 names.
Yeah, that was fun. So, thank you for joining us. And before we go completely, I'd like to give us a bit of start our show plugs. So, when it comes to our subscriptions, you can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and really anywhere you can get a podcast. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter or X, whatever you really go by at this point, at insights_things. We have high-res videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as podcast.insightsintoteens.com. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. And you can find links to all these and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And that is it.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 189, Technology Addiction. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my creative and insightful co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Doing as well as it can be with another 80-degree day out there. So
Fair enough.
we have a little bit of background noise today. We actually cranked up the air today in the studio here, so for those of you listening live, I apologize for that. We'll filter that out in post. We can fix anything in post, right?
Usually.
So how you been? It's been a couple of weeks since we did a podcast. What's going on? Anything new?
I'm not really sure. Just trying to get through life and so forth.
Wow, that's deep.
Okay, didn't mean it to be like that. I'm just going, I guess.
So today we're going to talk about technology addiction, which I consider myself a subject matter expert on, just putting that out there to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
I've been addicted to technology for quite some time now.
As you can see.
Well, yeah. So technology addiction parallels drug addiction in terms of its impact on the brain. Over 90% of teenagers engage with addictive technology like social media and video games. And approximately 50% of teens acknowledge feeling addicted to smartphones. On today's episode of Insights into Teens, we'll talk about this serious issue and how to combat it. But before we do that, I want to take a moment to invite our listening audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio versions of this and all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And you can find us anywhere you can find a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, etc. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on X, formerly Twitter, at insights_things. Or you can get links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
Here we go. So what is technology addiction? It seems pretty straightforward from the term. Numerous studies have established a parallel between tech dependencies and drug addiction, revealing comparable effects on the brain. Alarmingly, over 90% of teenagers are engaged with social media and video games, two prominent sources of addictive technology. Strikingly, around 50% of teens openly acknowledge being addicted to their smartphones, indicating a significant concern.
Although not officially classified as a disorder in diagnostic manuals, tech addiction goes by various names such as internet addiction disorder, compulsive internet use, and eye disorder. But, as in the tech eye, not R.
The letter I, not the body part I.
Estimates suggest that nearly 38% of individuals in the United States and Europe might grapple with tech dependence. Research underscores that technology usage triggers brain pathways similarly to how significant substances affect drug addicts. Notably, activities like gaming and social media release endorphins and dopamine, driving cravings for more stimulation. The continuous overstimulation also induces a fight-or-flight response, disrupting biological and hormonal symptoms and potentially leading to mood and mental health disorders.
In a pivotal move, the World Health Organization recognized gaming disorder as a mental health condition in 2018. The consequences of technology on mental health extend beyond addiction to encompass issues like teen depression and anxiety. Intriguingly, adults with a history of substance abuse are prone to technology addiction, highlighting a link between various forms of addictive behaviors. Research indicates that teenagers exhibiting internet addiction are more susceptible to substance abuse and eating disorders. This highlights the interconnectedness of different addictive behaviors and substances, emphasizing that the propensity for addiction transcends specific contexts.
Safeguarding teenagers from the pitfalls of technology addiction requires a comprehensive approach that acknowledges its neurological underpinnings, mental health implications, and its potential to intersect with other forms of addiction. Raising awareness about tech addiction, fostering healthy technological habits, and encouraging open discussions around digital well-being can contribute to a more balanced and sustainable relationship between teenagers and technology.
So how much time do you typically spend? I know you're not a social media person, but how much time do you typically spend on social platforms or playing video games each day?
Well, typically, I guess like maybe 7 hours watching videos and then like 2 to 3 hours for video games.
Now, do you feel anxious or uncomfortable if you're unable to access your smartphone or the internet?
Well, I guess it depends on the situation. If I'm alone in my room, I'm not like that anxious because I'm alone in my room. I'm comfortable there. I don't really need to be I don't need to be on my phone constantly in my room. It's just, regardless, I can find ways of, keeping calm. But if I'm in a major social situation where there's a lot of people around me, maybe I'm riding the bus or something, I don't really like not having to listen to music. There's some instances I'd be fine with it, but if it's a really crowded area and I can't really listen to it, my anxiety kind of goes through the roof.
Now, is that a coping mechanism for other sources of anxiety for being in crowded areas and stuff like that? Or is it more like a comfort blanket to you?
I think I kind of use any form of technology as a way to get back into a comfort level, because usually even when I go to school and so forth, I have heightened anxiety for a variety of reasons. And I think I associate technology as a way to get away from the world and kind of either go into another reality or just focus on something else so that I don't have to focus on whatever was making me anxious.
That's interesting. So your use of technology is more an isolating move than it is as a social outreach type thing. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and there are a few times that I use it to talk to friends and so forth, but for the most part, I kind of use it to get away from people is probably the best explanation I can give.
So then I guess this next question I want to ask is kind of answered already, but have you noticed changes in your mood or behavior that correlate with your use of technology? And it sounds like for you, it's a positive thing for you to help you cope with other anxieties. Is there any other mood altering or behavior altering effects that you've seen from technology?
I mean, if I see something that could bring up some sort of news thing or something that mentions something that happened in a news article or something, that typically can bring my mood down, because instead of focusing on a different reality or focusing on someone else, a commentary sort of thing or something, I am now back in reality and I'm hearing something that's happening in the world around me, and it's oh, I don't like that.
Interesting. Well, I joked at the top of the show that I'm a subject matter expert on this, and I really am. I mean, I'll be the first one to admit that I have an addiction to technology. You kind of can tell that especially on like long trips, by the amount of technology that I pack up and take with me. But it's a serious thing. And the studies that we talked about here kind of parallel how the addiction to technology is indicative of addictive behavior in general. And I have an addictive personality. Obviously, you look at me on the screen, I have eating issues. I have weight issues from eating. So I'm addicted to food as much as I'm addicted to technology. So there's definitely a parallel, and there's credence to that. Do you think that the way that you use technology, that you're addicted to technology or not?
I guess it kind of depends. Like there's certain things, like, I guess the best example I can give right now is kind of video games, where, well, it's different when it comes to different forms of technology. Because, like, with video games, I can get sucked in there for, like, hours. But then it's like when I have free time and, like, the thought of playing a video game pops up, I'm like, I don't really want to do that right now. But then when it comes to, like, watching YouTube videos, I kind of, like, almost absently do it. And, like, I do think I'm at least addicted to that, because it's like I always have to find my phone because it's like I want to watch something and it doesn't even really matter what it is half the time.
Well, I mean, to kind of go down that path, you don't watch a lot of television. I mean, you've got a TV in your room. You don't watch it very often. Most of your media consumption is on your phone. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So in that case, I think it's probably a different use case scenario for you, where I think what they're largely talking about here are people that are addicted to social media, that have to get in there and see what their friends are doing and see what the updates are and reach out to them through that. Or, they're tied to a video game playing online with their friends for hours. It sounds like that's not the case with you. Is that correct?
Yeah, not really. Because, again, when it comes to, like, social media, like, sure, there are certain YouTubers I watch that, like, if they have a new video, I'll watch it. But half the time, it's like the thing is, I actually watch videos on both my tablet and my phone. And for some reason, my tablet now, like, I'm not able to, like, randomize. Like, the videos don't randomize for me, and I have to actually search stuff up. And it's like, it's weird not having it randomized, because, like, I can still have it on my phone, so I've been using my phone for that sort of thing unless I have a specific thing I search up. And, like, I feel like that's the randomization I get out of it, but it's not really like a checking up so much unless it's for, like, specific people I watch. It's really just like okay, let's see if there's anything interesting.
It sounds almost like you use your phone, you use your YouTube connection like most people watch television. So I don't think it would kind of fall into the same criteria that we're talking about with the technology addictions that we have here, which for your part is a good thing.
I guess so, yeah.
It's one less anxiety causing thing for you to worry about, because it sounds like it's an escape for you. It sounds like it's a healthy thing the way you use it. That's good. You got one up on me there. I mean, I don't do, like, my thing is I don't do social media.
Most of the time.
For the most part, I'm on LinkedIn and stuff like that. I very rarely touch Twitter or X anymore. And I hate logging into Facebook. Occasionally somebody will share something with me, a picture or something, and I have to log in, but that's like once every 3 months for me. My use of technology is kind of like, I don't know, it's weird. It's like I wrap myself in it. Like, I play games or I watch TV, or, I do all that stuff through media, or I do podcasts. I enjoy editing the podcasts and working on D&D adventures and, stuff like that. I enjoy doing the research, but I'm just as likely to curl up with, I'd say I'm just as likely to curl up with a book, but even the book's on technology too. So
yeah,
I use a Kindle reader for my books, but I enjoy reading stuff like that. I enjoy reading about history and technology. And so I don't know, it's an addiction, but I don't think it's as detrimental to me as a substance abuse addiction would be, which I guess is good.
Yeah.
We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about some of the complexities of technology withdrawal symptoms. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh, no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen!
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about technology addiction. And now we're going to discuss the complexities of technology withdrawal symptoms. The phenomenon of tech dependence among teenagers has given rise to a range of concerning symptoms, with emotional manifestations akin to those observed in substance abuse and drug withdrawal.
That too.
Delving into the intricacies of tech dependence and its withdrawal symptoms reveals the multifaceted nature of this modern challenge. Adolescents grappling with technology addiction experience profound anxiety when distanced from their digital devices, be it video games, social media, or other online platforms. This emotional response parallels the distress observed in substance abuse scenarios and drug withdrawal processes. The similarity underscores the potency of tech dependence in shaping psychological experiences.
Several telltale signs point to tech dependence among teenagers. Preoccupation with digital activities. A predominant focus on digital engagement, whether through social media or video games. There's also emotional turmoil upon separation. Feelings of sadness, anxiety, restlessness, or irritability emerge when individuals are disconnected from digital devices or the internet.
There's also inability to limit usage. Despite recognizing the problems arising from excessive technology use, the individual struggles to reduce their screen time. Then there's also diminished offline interests. Activities once enjoyed offline lose their appeal, illustrating the shift in priorities toward digital engagement. There's also dishonesty about usage, concealing the extent of technology use, including gaming or online activities, from family and others.
There's also emotional self-medication, using technology as a means to alleviate negative emotions like guilt, anxiety, and hopelessness, which is kind of what you use it for. So there might be, some things there that have to be addressed. There's also neglect of self-care. Prolonged tech use can lead to ignoring personal hygiene, eating, and other self-care routines. Finally, there's impacts on life domains. Technology dependence can have far-reaching consequences, from deteriorating job performance and relationships to academic underachievement.
Tech withdrawal is not merely a cessation of activity. It entails a complex emotional response rooted in the brain's adaptations to constant stimulation. Separation from digital devices triggers emotional distress akin to drug withdrawal.
Accentuating. Sorry, I scroll up too far.
Accentuating the hold that technology has on teenagers.
The convergence of emotional symptoms in tech dependence and substance abuse underscores the severity of technology addiction among teenagers. Recognizing these signs and understanding the psychological intricacies of tech withdrawal are crucial steps in addressing this issue. Establishing healthy tech habits, fostering digital well-being, and encouraging open conversations about the impact of technology on mental health are essential to mitigating the adverse effects of tech dependence on and fostering a balanced relationship between adolescents and their digital devices. So based on that, do you think that you use technology to escape having to deal with other anxiety-causing things in your life?
Yeah, probably.
So it might be keeping you from addressing those other things, but it's doing so in a way that's at least emotionally helpful to you, I assume. So that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's like when you have a headache, you take aspirin, right? You don't necessarily worry about root cause analysis when you have the headache.
Yeah.
So I think if anything, it might be a case of self-medicating with technology there. I find my technology addiction really hits hard in extreme but insignificant situations. Case in point, we could be in the house watching TV in the evening during the summertime. A storm blows through and we lose power. I almost go into panic mode when that happens. And it's not because I'm addicted to video games and I can't play games or I can't check my email. Technology is a comfort to me. And in the summertime, it's very much a direct comfort to me because of air conditioning, because I can't stand the heat.
Yep.
So if it's at like 9 o'clock at night and we lose power, I'm freaking out because I know I'm going to be up all night long because I can't sleep in the heat. Or here's another great example. So if the internet goes out, in our area, there's not a lot of competition. So we have Comcast, and Comcast isn't the most reliable internet in the world. They go down from time to time. And when they go down and I don't have my connectivity, it drives me insane, to the point that we went out and got a backup internet with T-Mobile's home internet. So now if Comcast goes down, at least we still have an interconnection. So that's probably a prime way to highlight my internet or my technology addiction. This episode's really more for my benefit, I think, than it is for you.
Fair enough.
Have you ever felt anxious or upset when you couldn't use a digital device?
I mean, probably indirectly. It's more in the sense of I use that technology typically when I'm home and I'm away from everybody and I'm, in a period of I'm just going to rest right now because I just had a really stressful day and I really don't want to be around anybody or do something that isn't this right now.
So it's almost like that's how you recharge your battery. You separate yourself from the world, from all the troubles, all the stuff that annoyed you today. You go off, you take your phone, and whether it's listening to music or watching videos or whatever it is, excuse me. Sounds like it's a form of meditation for you, is it not?
Pretty much, yeah, that's what it is.
Do you find that ultimately it helps you in the long run get through difficult times?
I mean, yeah, it's like if I was like emotionally distressed during the day, I'm usually able to kind of get over it through that in a way that I wouldn't be able to if I wasn't allowed to step away from everything.
Okay. Now, when things are really rough, I mean, there have been weeks that you've come home multiple days from school and you've been stressed out. When you think about your daily activities, have you noticed a shift in your interest away from offline activities that you once enjoyed because the technology gives you that comfort level where you may have done something around the house or something with mom and dad or something like that, and you just weren't up for that and you kind of needed that you space, and the technology wins out in situations like that?
I don't really think it's entirely based on the technology because I think it's just kind of a natural response at this point because it's like and obviously it's nothing against you guys or any of my friends, but I've noticed that I kind of have been isolating myself more. And even if the technology is part of that isolation, I think it's also just because of the fact that, like, I don't really think anyone else can really help, and being around other people, either I don't want to show them how I'm feeling, because if I show them, they're not going to really know how to deal with it, and then we're both going to be not great. And then the other thing is just like, they wouldn't really know how to go through this because I don't know how to go through this. So it's like, if I isolate myself from people, and like, even technology hasn't worked in certain instances when it comes to stating my anxieties and so forth, but it's the best thing I've got right now, so.
And I think that makes sense. I know we've talked in the past about how you have a tendency to bottle things up because you don't want to be a burden to other people. And it sounds like this is one of those situations where instead of you feeling like you're a burden to someone else, this is your chance to kind of go off and deal with it yourself. And I think it sounds like whether it's the technology, and when we say technology for you, it's not social media. It's some video games, but you're not big on video games. But a lot of your artwork is done using technology. And that kind of counts in this situation. But it sounds like it's a therapeutic thing for you, where it allows you to go off, have that time to yourself, deal with the issues, recharge, and then you can come back and not that you are a burden to us. And it's important to point that out. Mommy and Daddy are here to help if we can. I understand how you don't want to burden us with these problems because you are trying to deal with them yourself. And that in and of itself is admirable. But it sounds like this is a good way to help you through that, where I hate the idea that you have a problem with it, or that you're upset about something and you go off on your own. And I hate the idea of you having to deal with it on your own. And it sounds like you don't. It sounds like this just happens to be something that you use to help out with those things. And that's a good thing. I mean, I think you're constructively using the technology in a way that most kids your age aren't doing it. Most kids your age, the technology tends to be a source of the problem, not a source of a solution for it or a coping mechanism. So I think that's a good thing. Have you ever found yourself using technology to deal with negative feelings or to escape from stressful situations as a means of avoidance? Or is it just a means of getting some level of distance from a problem so that you can then handle it better?
It's kind of both. Sometimes I want to ignore what goes on because, like, it's still going to be there when I get back and I still don't know how to handle it. And then other times it's usually just a way to, like, step back and have some time to, like, just think for myself.
Now, have you ever actually used technology in a way to address any of these issues? Whether it's research or reaching out to someone else, or maybe commuting with an online community for help, or anything like that, or any self-help stuff that you may be using the technology for, where it's actually helping you to solve the problems, or is it really just a coping mechanism and a dealing with it type thing?
Really just a coping mechanism. Like, I am kind of seeing counselors, so, but I'm not really the one that typically messages them. I usually tell mommy to, like, say, like, hey, I want to meet with them at blah, 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 blah. And usually she does the whole thing with that. For the most part, I don't really do any of the research or anything like that.
Okay. Well, and the reason I ask is there's a lot of resources out there, and we talk about a lot of them here, where when we go and do research for the shows, we find these resources online that, if nothing else, they might offer you some advice, some clarity. I know one of the troubles that we all run into when we have these kinds of anxiety-ridden days is, one, labeling the problems, identifying the problems, labeling them, and then dealing with them. And there's ways that technology can actually help you with that with some of the online communities. So that might be a worthwhile direction to go at some point in time too, just to do your own research and do a little bit of reading on it and educate yourself on some of these things too, to take what you're doing already as a constructive use of technology to the next step. Let's take our last break, and when we come back, we'll talk about depression and technology dependence and much more. We got a lot more to talk about. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about technology addiction, and now we're going to talk about depression and technology dependence. Existing research underscores a clear correlation between technology engagement and mental well-being, specifically concerning adolescents who partake in social media and video gaming. However, experts remain uncertain about the directional relationship between teen depression and technology. It's unclear whether excessive tech usage triggers depression or if heightened tech consumption is indicative of underlying depression. This complex interaction fosters a self-reinforcing style that contributes to the emergence of technology addiction.
The book Glow Kids, How Screen Addiction is Hijacking Our Kids and How to Break the Trance, discusses the concept of technology dependence. According to this perspective, addiction's essence lies not solely in the specific substance or behavior, but in a confluence of underlying factors, including genetics, psychology, environment, and neurobiology, which collectively make an individual susceptible to addiction.
Within the realm of technology dependence, individuals experiencing isolation and emotional distress are particularly prone to seeking refuge in on-screen experiences, offering an avenue for escapism and connection. Additionally, the idea is raised that exposure to digital experiences may act as a stepping stone to other forms of addictive substances, presenting a potential escalation in addictive behaviors.
The intricate relationship between depression and technology dependence poses a complicated puzzle, with the causative direction remaining uncertain. These insights, coupled with expert perspectives, highlight the intricate web of factors contributing to technology addiction. Acknowledging this intricate link is pivotal to devising comprehensive strategies that address both prevention and intervention, ultimately fostering healthier interactions between adolescents and the digital domain.
Addressing technology addiction. The initial step in mitigating technology addiction involves reducing dependence on the internet. Notably, technology can play a paradoxical role in aiding avoidance of addiction. A notable study tested a tool that utilized smartphone vibrations as reminders, effectively limiting excessive engagement with a social media app. This method led to a substantial 20% reduction in app usage, demonstrating technology's potential to counteract its own addictive nature.
A digital detox holds promise in assisting adolescents to diminish their reliance on technology. By disengaging from the perpetual stimuli offered by the digital realm, teens provide their nervous systems with the opportunity to regain equilibrium. The process of unplugging opens avenues for real-world experiences, facilitating connections with peers, immersing in nature, and engaging in physical activities.
Establishing healthy routines concerning technology uses is paramount for adolescents. However, recognizing the gravity of severe technology addiction is essential. Comparable to substance addiction, profound tech dependence often signifies underlying issues encompassing trauma, self-esteem challenges, attachment complexities, and depression.
Addressing severe technology addiction requires professional intervention paralleling substance abuse treatment. Programs tailored for teenagers address the core emotional triggers. A fusion of clinical methodologies and experiential therapy equips adolescents to overcome tech addiction by instilling equilibrium and fostering constructive coping mechanisms.
A comprehensive strategy to combat technology addiction incorporates early prevention, harnessing technology for self-regulation, digital detoxification, establishment of positive habits, and targeted professional intervention when necessary. Recognizing technology addictions as a symptom of deeper emotional struggles empowers adolescents to confront underlying issues while forging a harmonious relationship with technology. The journey to recovery involves not just disengaging from screens, but also reconnecting with genuine experiences, cultivating resilience, and paving a path towards sustained well-being.
So have you noticed any changes in your mood or feelings when you spend a lot of time on technology, playing video games or watching videos or anything?
Yeah, typically I feel more relaxed and calm, and I feel like I'm not entirely anxious most of the time. I also, can feel happy at times as well if with like a certain video or a certain game I'm playing.
So it sounds like it has the exact opposite effect that it has on those who have a technology addiction. Would you agree with that?
I guess so, yeah.
So what are some activities or hobbies that you do enjoy doing outside of technology?
Well, technically I have started drawing, but like not on my tablet. I've been like drawing some stuff like in school when I'm not able to be on like my tablet and so forth. I have like toys that I might occasionally play with. I have the cats that I spend time with, and we also do like fun stuff with them. We go out and, go to like shows and so forth. I sometimes go out and hang out with friends. It's not as often as it used to be, but like I do that. There's times when I kind of like hang out with my friends and we're not entirely playing video games. We kind of just talk to each other.
So I think it's pretty safe to say that you really don't suffer from technology addiction. All the warning signs that we've talked about here and your typical behavior and use of technology seem to speak the exact opposite, that for you, technology is a therapeutic type of activity. I would say keep up the good work with it. I mean, there's been a couple of times where you may have been listening to music or something like that, and you didn't hear mommy or I call you, and that kind of was a bit of a noise, but you've solved that problem by not, keeping both headphones in at the same time. And we've worked around any problems we've ever had with technology with you. And, the funny thing is you never ask for technology. Any technology that you have is stuff that I got for you. So I think you're okay. I think if anything, I probably need more help than you do when it comes to technology addiction. What do you think?
I mean, I would say you are probably more addicted to it, at least in the sense of, how like when you get hooked on a drug, you have to constantly continue pouring money into it. I'm pretty sure that's kind of you at this point.
Well, that I think my problem is I tend to be a addictive personality in general.
Mm-hmm.
So usually anything that I get into, I usually go all in.
Which, that was also how D&D worked at that point.
Yeah.
That was also how it worked when I was in marching band and you needed to get, stuff to film me.
Yeah, when I used to play Star Wars miniatures, it was the same thing. It's like anything that I do, when I did the guild the Star Wars Guild for my online game. Whenever I got invested in something, I'm fully invested in it. And technology is probably no different. If anything, technology is an enabler for me.
Probably.
So I'm a cautionary tale to the kids out there. Don't be like me. I think that was all we had today. Let's take our final quick break. We'll come back and we'll get your closing thoughts and finish up with the business of the podcast. We'll be right back.
So to everyone out there, I just want to say that, again, like everything in life, I'm pretty sure I've said this plenty of times on the podcast, you need a good balance of it. Technology is a good thing, and it can be a good thing in a lot of different instances, but it can also be a kind of a bad thing if you're too addicted to it. And it can, spread negatives. So finding a healthy balance between how much you're online and how much you're offline, as well as what you enjoy online and what you enjoy offline, I feel like is a good way to live.
I think that is sound advice as always. And before we go, I do want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Audio and video of all the network's podcasts can be found as Insights into Things. We're on Apple, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, etc. I would also invite you to give us some feedback. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Hit us up on Twitter or X at insights_things. You can also find high-res versions of all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you happen to be an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. It helps us keep the lights on here. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast and Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or links to all those and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, typically hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, typically hosted by you and my brother Sam.
And don't forget to check out our other affiliate podcast hosted by Sam, No Credits Rolled, about video games that you love to play but never seem to finish.
Yep.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 184, Helping Teens Avoid FOMO, or Fear of Missing Out. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my active and involved co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone. Interesting adjectives for today.
Are you active and involved or no?
Probably not today, but you know.
Not so much, huh? Well, I know you're not feeling so good today. How was the rest of the week so far for you, though?
Not terrible, I guess.
That's good, I guess.
I mean, just trying to get back into the swing of things after Thanksgiving break, so.
Anything exciting? I know you missed a few quizzes today because of absent teachers.
Yeah, we're going to be doing all that tomorrow, so fun.
Right. So one exciting thing we did have to report today, we just got the first sample in here, a piece of original artwork that you did. That was, let me see the cup here. So this was original artwork that you did for Baldur's Gate, because we've been playing the game quite religiously now.
Yep.
And we just got some new, what are these, tumblers or mugs, or what are these things called?
Well, they're not mugs. I'm assuming they're called tumblers.
Tumblers? Maybe they're tumblers. Anyway, you too can own a custom Baldur's Gate piece of artwork from Madison. We can get you these tumblers for $20 each if you want those. Just write in and let us know. But it's got all the main characters, what your companion characters, it's got the pets, and it's got a nice little blank space there so you can even color in your own Tav, whatever your custom character is. Anyway, it was worthwhile. I think we had to plug it just because it was really cool, because I like it.
Yeah.
Anyway, enough of the sales pitch. So FOMO, which stands for fear of missing out, is a common issue among teenagers that can lead to feelings of isolation. It goes beyond the concern of missing a specific event and instead involves an ongoing fear of being excluded. Adolescents experiencing FOMO often believe that enjoyable and exciting activities are happening elsewhere without their involvement. On today's episode of Insights into Things, Insights into Teens, they're technically both the same thing because everything falls under Insights into Things.
Yeah.
Disclaimer there. We're going to talk about FOMO, how it affects teens, and how to help teens, not teams, how to help teens. They could be teams of teens. How to combat this very real issue.
And we're already making up words, or not making up words.
Going
just
off script. It's a very fluid script that we have today.
Pretty much.
Before we do that, though, I do want to put another plug in there for the podcast itself. I would invite our listening and viewing audience out there to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, or you can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in. Give us your feedback. Tell us whether or not you like our mugs. And give us your suggestions for show topics. We are available at comments at insightsintothings.com for email. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things, or X, or whatever Elon's calling it this week. You can also find all these links and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get started?
Sure.
Here we go. So our friends at Newport Academy once again enlighten us for today's topic. So fear of missing out is a term that encapsulates a prevalent psychological phenomenon in today's digital era, especially in the context of social media and smartphone usage. This concept, while addressing a long existing human emotion, has gained significant relevance in contemporary society, as evidenced by its addition to the Oxford English Dictionary in 2013. This inclusion marks a recognition of how its growing impact in the modern digitally connected world has had an effect on everyone.
The emergence and... I'm not even going to try that one. proliferation of social media platforms have profoundly influenced how teenagers perceive and engage with their social environments. Platforms like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and Snapchat offer a continuous stream of updates and images from peers and acquaintances. These posts often depict the most enjoyable and exciting moments of people's lives, focusing heavily on positive and enviable experiences. This phenomenon leads to a distorted perception of reality among adolescents, who are regularly exposed to these highly curated and selective portrayals of others' lives.
The constant exposure to idealized representations on social media can make teenagers feel that their own lives are comparatively dull or unfulfilling. The contrast between the exciting lives they perceive online and their own daily experiences can create a sense of dissatisfaction or longing. This is particularly impactful during adolescence, a time when social belonging and peer perception are highly emphasized. The disparity between the online world's highlights and their own reality can intensify feelings of FOMO, leading teenagers to believe they're missing out on experiences that everyone else seems to be enjoying.
FOMO, therefore, is not just about the fear of missing out on events or experiences, but extends to a deeper concern about social belonging, self-esteem, and personal fulfillment in comparison to others. It underscores the psychological impact of social media on young individuals, shaping their understanding of social norms and expectations. This digital age phenomenon calls for increased awareness and strategies to mitigate its negative effects on the well-being of adolescents.
Fear of missing out is particularly acute among teenagers, who tend to be avid users of social media, except for you, of course. This demographic's engagement with platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat is not only frequent, but often takes on a compulsive quality. Studies have shown a correlation between high levels of FOMO and intense social media usage. Teens typically check their social media feeds as one of the first activities in the morning, the last before sleeping, and even during meals. This pattern suggests a deep-seated need to stay connected, driven by the fear of missing out on something important or exciting happening in their social circles.
The impact of FOMO is not conferred.
You should stretch before we have these things. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah. The impact of FOMO is not confined to digital interactions, but spills over into the physical world, influencing behavior and mental focus. Teenagers experiencing FOMO may find it difficult to concentrate on daily tasks, such as driving or attending classes. The constant pull to check social media updates can lead to distracted driving, a hazardous behavior that endangers not only the teen... The constant pull to check social media updates can lead to distracted driving, a hazardous behavior that endangers not only the teen drivers, but also others on the road. In educational settings, the distraction can diminish their ability to engage with and absorb critical learning materials, impacting their academic performance.
The pervasive nature of social media exacerbates FOMO, as these platforms are designed to showcase a polished, idealized version of life. Constant exposure to such portrayals can foster feelings of inadequacy and isolation among teens as they compare their everyday lives to the highlight reels of their peers. The comparison can create a sense of being left out or falling behind, which in turn can impact their self-esteem and overall emotional well-being.
Addressing and managing FOMO is crucial for the mental health of teenagers in today's digital world. It involves cultivating an understanding of the curated nature of social media content and developing strategies to balance online engagement with real-world experiences. Encouraging healthy digital habits, promoting real-life interactions, and fostering an environment where teenagers can discuss and navigate these challenges are essential steps in mitigating the negative effects of FOMO. This approach can help teens build resilience against the pressures of social media and support their emotional and physiological health in a hyper-connected age.
So they make an interesting point here, drawing the parallels between FOMO and social media, in that what we see on social media really is not an accurate representation of reality. It really is a highlight reel. I think that's a great way to describe it. How do you, and I know you don't regularly use social media, but how would you differentiate the highlight reels that people put up there for their statuses and what they're doing and their influencer stuff and all that stuff? How do you differentiate that from reality and what their lives really are like?
Well, a lot of times I find it kind of easy because when it comes to, certain influencers, a lot of the times they kind of like make humor out of their lives. And like, I always know that when it comes to humor, it can usually be pretty exaggerated. So I'm usually able to kind of differentiate between that, where it's like someone like does something overly extreme and it's like, oh, that was kind of for comedic effect, or just, to, make someone laugh or try to, poke fun at something.
Okay. And I guess that makes sense. I mean, as long as there's a grounded understanding in reality that what you're seeing online is not really what life is. It's almost like watching reality TV and expecting it to represent actual real life. Reality TV has nothing to do with reality.
Yep.
And I think social media is the same thing. So if people are formulating opinions of themselves in their own lives based on that, that's kind of dangerous ground there. In what ways do you suffer from FOMO? Do you suffer from FOMO? I know you're not a particularly social person. You don't have these grand circles of people that you hang out with on a regular basis. Is FOMO an issue for you?
It certainly can be, I'll be honest, because, like, granted, while I don't have it in relation to social media as much as, some teens would, I do have it when it comes to just being around other people, because I can see that there are, like, at lunch, there are, like, groups of friends that hang out with each other and that, talk and are able to, crack jokes with each other. Meanwhile, I'm kind of sitting alone, doing my own work. I'm fine with sitting alone, but it's like, sometimes it'd be nice to have a group of friends to hang out with at lunch.
Right. No, I understand that. Do you notice people in your class or people in your age range, are they as hooked on social media and have this burning need to be updated on a regular basis like the article seems to suggest?
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of kids that I know in my school who are either on their phones for, like, trying to check out what's been going on, or they're on their phone to play some sort of game, or they use their phone to talk to, their friends. Now, obviously, I don't really know if all of them are, like, if it's always social media, but I do know it's kind of something that, like, a decent amount of people in my school are known for.
Okay. Have you ever felt the need or the pressure to make your life seem more exciting for other people? Are you trying, like, if you're trying to impress somebody or something where having a very positive looking social media feed would kind of feed into that? Have you ever been in a situation like that?
I don't think I've ever really been in a situation where I've, like, tried to make my life seem better than it is, at least in, like, my average everyday life. Because, like, the people that know my average everyday life, I don't feel like I need to impress. And when it comes to other people, I really don't even share much about that. So as someone that really doesn't talk to people or really try to engage with anybody that I, don't already know, I don't think I've really had that issue.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, not being on social media certainly helps, I'm sure. That's part of it. But the fact that you don't even have a need to try to impress people, and the fact that your friends don't have that expectation, is really a testament to you and to your friends and to the character that you look for in friends. I think it's a compliment to you.
Yeah, really, what happens is it's just like I leave stuff out. It's not that I try to exaggerate certain things. It's just like some more personal aspects about my life. It's like I don't always tell all my friends. So that's the only thing I can think of, really.
That makes sense. All right. I think we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, you can tell us how FOMO impacts mental health.
Sure.
We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about helping teens avoid FOMO. And now we're going to talk about how FOMO impacts mental health. The impact of FOMO, or fear of missing out, on adolescent mental health in the digital age is a growing concern, especially given the ubiquity of social media. FOMO, while not a classified mental health condition, can contribute to increased feelings of anxiety and depression among teens, often leading to detrimental effects on their overall well-being. Studies have shown that teenagers who experience high levels of FOMO often report lower life satisfaction and more frequent negative moods. This link is particularly evident in the way FOMO interacts with social media usage, creating a cycle that can lead to stress, disrupted sleep patterns, and an overall increase in negative emotion.
One insightful study involving college freshmen used daily diaries and questionnaires to explore the participants' well-being and life satisfaction, revealing several crucial aspects of how FOMO affects adolescents. The timing and occurrence of FOMO were noted to vary throughout the day, with an increase later in the day and towards the end of the week. This pattern suggests that the anticipation of missing out on social events or activities grows as the weekend, a prime time for socializing, draws near. Importantly, FOMO is not confined to any specific personality type. It affects a wide range of individuals, including both introverted and extroverted teens. This broad impact highlights FOMO's pervasive nature in the adolescent experience.
Another key finding is the impact of FOMO on everyday activities. Teens often feel heightened levels of FOMO when they are engaged in necessary activities like studying or working, as they might perceive these responsibilities as barriers to participating in desirable social events. This conflict between obligation and the desire to be socially involved can exacerbate feelings of FOMO.
The study also revealed that FOMO can lead to significant negative outcomes. It not only triggers negative emotions, but also serves as a major distraction. Adolescents preoccupied with what they might be missing out on can experience considerable emotional turmoil. This preoccupation can detract from their ability to enjoy present moments and engage fully in their current activities. Understanding and addressing the impact of FOMO is therefore crucial for supporting the mental health and emotional development of adolescents in our increasingly digital world.
The correlation between FOMO and spending behaviors, particularly among millennials, sheds light on its broader societal implications. A recent study revealed that a significant portion of millennials, nearly 40%, have incurred expenses beyond their financial capacity, motivated by the urge to keep pace with their peers. This trend reflects how FOMO influences spending choices, pushing individuals towards purchasing experiences, events, and material goods to counteract the feeling of being left out. This phenomenon is especially pronounced in the millennial demographic, driven by a sense that others' accomplishments or experiences are in some way a loss to them, highlighting a competitive aspect of social comparison.
The impact of social media on mental health is significantly magnified by the phenomenon of FOMO. In today's digital age, the urge to remain continuously connected and keep up with peers can lead to increased levels of anxiety, stress, and dissatisfaction. This persistent state of mental strain is not just an individual concern, but also a societal one, emphasizing the need for parents, caregivers, and the community to understand and address these dynamics.
Recognizing how FOMO influences young people's financial decisions and mental well-being is crucial. It's not only about the immediate feelings of missing out, but also about the long-term effects on life satisfaction and emotional health. Young individuals, consistently bombarded with images and updates from their peers, can develop a distorted view of what is normal or desirable, leading them to make financial choices that are unsustainable or detrimental to their long-term goals.
To counteract these effects, it's imperative to develop and implement effective strategies that encourage healthier social media habits. This involves educating teens about the curated nature of social media content, promoting a balanced digital diet, and fostering open conversations about the emotional impact of online interactions. Encouraging activities that are offline and focusing on personal interests and skills can also help to build a sense of self-worth that is not reliant on social validation.
Cultivating emotional and psychological resilience is key. This can be achieved through developing coping strategies for managing anxiety, stress, and dissatisfaction. Teaching young people mindfulness, digital literacy, and critical thinking skills can empower them to navigate the complexities of a digitally dominated world with greater confidence and well-being.
Addressing the pervasive effects of FOMO in the context of social media requires a concerted effort from all stakeholders in society. By fostering awareness, promoting healthy habits, and building resilience, we can support the younger generation in achieving a more balanced and satisfying digital and real-life experience. Now, it's worth noting that was a lot of material that we went through there, and a lot of it sort of kind of nags on social media. This is not a problem that is caused by social media. It is not unique to social media, nor is it solved by getting off of social media. Fear of missing out is a legitimate emotional feeling that has long existed well before even the internet was around. I could say as a young teen, I fell victim to this numerous times. And they make a point of saying that it happens a lot on the weekends. There's not a lot of socialization that happens for teenagers during the week under normal circumstances. So most of that, dances or going to the mall or movies or hanging out with friends, most of that happens on the weekend. And that's usually when most of this sort of creeps up. For me, it was funny because I found it, back when I was your age, the internet didn't exist. Yes, that's how old I am. We had BBSs, bulletin board services, where you would dial into computers over the phone line. And that was essentially what social media was for us back then. And what I found, there were times that when you tried to do that and get online with other people, you couldn't because the phone would be busy. And I found that's where I had my fear of missing out. When I couldn't get online and I couldn't get to these social areas that I would hang out with friends, that's when I would feel it. Have you ever experienced a fear of missing out under any circumstance?
I mean, I guess. Thing is, when it came to the school dances, I know for a while a lot of my friends have been wanting me to go to the school dances, and I only ever really went to one, and that was like kind of an informal dance. Ever since 6th grade, I haven't gone to another one. And I know a lot of my friends, particularly one, is very keen on me trying to go to, another one of the dances. And I guess there was certainly like I don't want to like let them down sort of thing. But it wasn't enough to make me go to the dance.
Nice. Okay. So if you don't really experience FOMO the way it's defined here, have you ever been in situations where maybe you felt left out of something and that might be kind of contributing to this?
I mean, yeah. Like, one thing I can say that it's not as big, but certain social trends that, people like, let's just say buzzwords, I guess. Like, there's slang that people my age use and use it on a daily basis. And for a while, I'm like, what the heck does that mean? I don't get it. And, I'll kind of feel left out in that way, or left out in like the new social trend of like, oh, there's this thing that everybody really likes and everyone's really into it. And I'm like, what is this?
Right.
So,
I gotcha.
Yeah, I guess in a way I feel that's kind of where I kind of feel left out. It's not like an extreme thing, but it's still like, okay, I really don't get this.
I gotcha. So you're not, addicted or married to your social media, but you still keep up with your friends. What are some of the methods that you typically use to keep in touch with your friends and keep up on things?
Just texting, saying, hey, how you doing? Occasionally calling, and then with some of them, I've been hanging out with them.
Okay.
So
ironically enough, it's more traditional methods that you have. Granted, texting's not traditional, but texting's kind of the equivalent of a phone call these days. Since most people who have cell phones don't actually know you can actually talk to people on them. They use it for everything but phone conversations. So in situations like that, have you found yourself trying to get a hold of a friend and that friend's just not available and you don't know why they're not available, and you may feel that FOMO feeling even for a brief period of time there? Has that ever happened?
I mean, yeah, there have been instances where I've wanted to like talk to like a friend and they don't like respond back. Most of the time it's not like I'm scared I'm being left out. It's like, oh my God, what happened to them?
Right. So it's a concern for them at that point. So anytime that sounds like, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like anytime that you've had these feelings of perhaps being left out, it hasn't had a traumatic effect on you.
Not really.
Your self-esteem hasn't been affected by it. It's kind of like water off the back of a duck. You just sort of roll with it sounds like.
Yeah, I ruin my own self-esteem. I don't
You don't need any help with that.
I don't need any help with that.
Okay. Well, that's another podcast we're going to have to revisit, I think.
Yeah.
So we're going to take another break, and when we come back, we'll talk about how to overcome FOMO even if you don't have it. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about helping teens avoid FOMO. And now we're going to talk about how to overcome FOMO. The strategy of limiting social media usage to combat FOMO, particularly among teenagers, has been increasingly recognized as a way to enhance mental well-being. A notable study titled No More FOMO explored the effects of reducing social media entanglement on emotional and physiological health, offering insights into the benefits of disconnecting from these platforms.
The study involved 143 undergraduate students from the University of Pennsylvania. Initially, researchers assessed the participants' usual social media habits, focusing on their engagement with platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. This initial phase provided a baseline understanding of their typical online behaviors.
Participants were split into two groups. One group was instructed to limit their social media use to just 10 minutes per platform each day, while the other group continued their normal usage patterns. After 3 weeks, the results of the study were revealing. The group that altered to the 10-minute limit experienced a significant decrease in feelings of loneliness and depression compared to the control group. This finding suggests that actively reducing time spent on social media can lead to notable improvement on emotional well-being.
Participants in both groups became conscious of the impact of their social media interactions. This heightened awareness points to the benefits of mindful engagement with digital platforms, indicating that a more thoughtful approach to social media can enhance emotional health. Interestingly, both groups, including those who didn't change their social media usage, showed reductions in anxiety and FOMO during the study. The outcome implies that simply being more mindful and aware of social media use, even without imposing strict limits, can have a positive effect.
The study's conclusion advocates for restricting social media use to about 30 minutes per day, suggesting that this can lead to significant improvements in overall well-being. The findings reinforce the idea that balancing connectivity with healthy technological boundaries is crucial for maintaining good mental health. This approach highlights the importance of managing digital interactions in a way that supports, rather than detracts from, emotional and physiological health.
So obviously, all of those techniques to overcome this kind of center and revolve around the premise that social media is a major contributor. We already acknowledge the fact that it's a contributor, but it's not the only factor. So there's a number of other techniques that we can talk about. Addressing and overcoming FOMO involves more than just reducing social media use. It requires understanding its root causes and actively engaging in positive strategies to enhance well-being. This means acknowledging that the issue isn't solely the fault of social media. Instead of getting caught in the trap of constant comparisons with others, teens can adapt several effective approaches to better manage FOMO.
Encouraging teens to maintain a gratitude level. Encouraging teens to maintain a gratitude journal or a positivity notebook helps them focus on the positive aspects of their lives. This practice of reflection and appreciation can bolster self-esteem and diminish the sense of missing out on something supposedly better. Another beneficial strategy Another beneficial activity is volunteering, which allows teens to contribute positively to their community. This not only provides valuable social interactions outside the digital realm, but also instills a sense of purpose and connection to a larger goal.
Spending time outdoors is another crucial strategy. You know, you and I love to do that. Being in nature, away from technology, offers a respite for the nervous system and can mitigate the negative effects of FOMO. Physical activities and the calming influence of natural surroundings positively impact mental health. Building authentic connections with peers is also vital. Strong, understanding, and caring friendships can significantly reduce the emotional stress associated with FOMO.
Pursuing passions, be it through creative activities or hobbies, is also instrumental in combating FOMO. Engaging in activities that teens are passionate about can enhance their self-esteem and provide a sense of achievement, counteracting the feelings of inadequacy often fueled by FOMO. Lastly, it's important to recognize when FOMO becomes overwhelming. If a teen struggles to detach from their phone, and this behavior interferes with their daily life, it may indicate underlying mental health issues such as depression or anxiety. In such cases, seeking help from mental health professionals is crucial. Early identification and intervention can effectively address these concerns.
Overcoming FOMO involves a multifaceted approach that empowers teens to appreciate their lives, engage in fulfilling activities, nurture real-life relationships, and seek professional help when necessary. By focusing on these diverse strategies, teens can effectively lessen the impact of FOMO and improve their overall well-being. So I think throughout the discussion here, we've kind of established the fact that you're not particularly susceptible to FOMO. Do you have any friends that you think may be going through some of the things that we talked about here, that some of these techniques might actually help?
I mean, yeah, probably. I might not know them off the top of my head or know which friends would probably be more susceptible to it than others, but yeah, I do believe that some of my friends are probably dealing with something like this. And hopefully, if, I end up bringing this up to them, they'll be able to, it'll be able to help.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it might be one of those things where you just never talk to them about it and they don't even realize they might be going through it. So do you do any of the techniques that they talked about here, or a gratitude journal, or I know you don't engage in outdoor activities a lot, but pursue hobbies and stuff like that? Obviously, given the artwork that we have on the cup that we have now, we know you do pursue hobbies. Do you find solace in any of these types of things?
Well, keeping a gratitude journal, I don't really do that. I remember I tried doing something like that, and then it was just, I stopped.
It wasn't very gratifying.
Yeah, so, that's not really something that connects with me as much. Maybe if I actually put in the effort, but,
Okay.
Volunteering, I want to volunteer at some point. I haven't yet. I'm working on that.
That's up there with the gratitude journal.
Spending time outdoors, obviously, I don't do that. Building connections with my peers, I've technically been doing that with specific peers, but, peers nonetheless.
Okay.
Pursuing passions, clearly that's probably one of the biggest ones.
Yeah.
So pursuing passions certainly resonates with me. So yeah, I guess the last two are really...
Okay, well, it's good to see that some of these things are activities that you engage in, because not only do they help with FOMO, they help with a number of other emotional management type things that we have to deal with on a regular basis. So in your experience, how important is it to have strong and real life connections with your friends? And what are some of your techniques for establishing and maintaining those?
Oh, interesting that you're asking me that. I do think it's important to have at least someone that you can talk to.
Just one person.
It doesn't need to be, an entire group of people. If it's an entire group of people, cool. If it's like 1 or 2 people, cool. I do feel like having that support group is certainly good. And I don't think anyone should feel, less adequate if they don't have a huge group of friends over like someone else that they know. So, just having at least somebody, I feel, is good.
Quality over quantity.
Yep.
That makes sense.
And for getting said friend and maintaining that relationship, I guess just be yourself and someone will probably come around and like you and enough to hang out with you. And in order to maintain that relationship, just keep up open communication and again, continue to be yourself. Don't, put on a mask for anybody. Don't pretend to be something you're not. I guess that's the best advice I can give because I really don't.
Well, and I think that's sound advice. I think being genuine is important. And I think FOMO kind of lends to this. Being genuine to yourself type thing. When people are more concerned about what other people think and they start acting and behaving and doing things for the benefit of others because they want to fit in, then they're really not being themselves. And there's only so long that you can keep up that facade, right? So if you make friends with someone on false pretense, you have to pretend to be that false person whenever you're around that other person. And I have to imagine that's just exhausting.
Yeah.
Right? And it's going to make you miserable. And then the other person's going to think you're disingenuous at that point in time.
Yep.
So you're right. Be yourself, and you're going to find some people like you for who you are, and some people won't. And we can't please everybody all the time, right?
Yeah.
So be yourself, like yourself first. Once you like yourself, then I think you'll find other people are going to like you as well. And then you won't have to go through FOMO. You'll be in that social circle.
Yay.
So I think that kind of wraps it up for us today. We're going to take a quick break, come back. We'll get your clothing thoughts. Yeah. What do you think of clothing today? No, we'll get your closing thoughts and then finish up with the business of the podcast. We'll be right back.
All right, so to everybody out there, I just wanted to say that being able to connect with people in a way that's not artificial and also being genuine to yourself and the way that you want to live your life, I feel is very important. Obviously, FOMO isn't just an effect when it comes to things like social media. It's the fear of missing out. It's the fear of missing out on stuff that your friends can go through. It's the fear of missing out on stuff you see on social media. It's just the fear of not being able to accept your life as it is and appreciating what you have. So really, all I'm going to say is that, find value in your life. And even if it's not as grand as someone else's life, or you think that you could be doing better or anything like that, I still think that appreciating the life that you have is good.
All right. I think they were sage words, as always.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's important to emphasize the one point that you made, and that's appreciation. Appreciate what you have and who you have. Don't covet what somebody else might have, because the perception that you have of what that other person's life is like probably is distorted. It's not reality. Everyone posts all these wonderful things on their social media that they're doing. I'm going to this place and having fun with this person. They're not posting the negative stuff up there usually. So just remember, you got to take the good with the bad, but appreciate what you are, who you are, and what you have, and work from there. I think that's it for the podcast today. Before we go, I want to once again invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're anywhere you get a podcast these days: Apple, Spotify, Google, etc. I would also encourage you to write in and give us your feedback. Tell us what you think. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You'll find high-res versions of all our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Or you can find links to all those and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, hosted by you and Sam now, and Insights into Tomorrow, hosted by you and Mommy now.
Very good. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 177, Unconscious Bias. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my objective and open-minded co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing quite all right. Anything exciting going on with you before we get into the topic of the day?
Well, Mommy's been off all week, so we've been doing some stuff together.
That's nice. What'd you guys do today?
We went to the shore.
Nice. Did you get to see any of the planes from the air show? I know they're doing the AC air show today.
No, but we saw plenty of advertisements.
Oh, well, that's good.
Didn't get ad blocker on the beach. You know, I think that's like a separate subscription or something. So.
Right. Nice. So today we're going to talk about unconscious bias and the impact it has on all of us. You'll be introduced to some common types of biases that have a large impact in our lives. We'll also talk about how to notice the effects of bias in your schools and in your communities. This awareness is what is needed to begin to make the necessary changes in our behavior, which we'll address in our last segment. But before we do that, I would like to encourage all of our viewing and listening audience to continue to subscribe to the podcast. As we announced last week, we recently surpassed the 50,000 downloads mark of the Insights into Teens podcast. That doesn't include the individual podcasts, which are audio only. So thanks to our loyal listeners for that. We'd love to get your feedback on how we're doing, what topics you'd like us to discuss, or your opinions on the things we talk about on the show. And we'd love to share your feedback with the audience. So you can contact us at comments@insightsintothings.com via email. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. Or you can check us out on the web at www.insightsintothings.com for all of our social media links. Are we ready?
I think we are.
Here we go. So what is unconscious bias? Unconscious bias refers to the attitudes or stereotypes that affect our views, our actions, and our decision-making ability. Scientific research in this area demonstrates how unconscious bias is automatically activated and affects how we think day to day. It also impacts hiring and evaluation processes and contributes to the lack of workforce diversity, and even how we treat others on a personal level. The unconscious part of the concept indicates we're not actively aware of the root of those decisions are impacted by the stories, beliefs, or perceptions we may have of others. Bias implies that we are skewed in some way in our decision making. But unconscious biases are, in fact, not a judgment. Everyone is biased. Each of us holds a set of perspectives that help us navigate a complex world efficiently. Our goal is to bring awareness to the subject that is misunderstood and, in some cases, unnecessarily overcomplicated. We're going to attempt to simplify unconscious bias today. And our hope is that you'll have a better understanding of the concept and some tools for how to think and behave differently.
So what's the impact of bias? Is a small amount of bias really going to dramatically affect your life? The short answer is yes, and the long answer is still yes. Researchers created a computer simulation that showed a 1% bias in favor of promoting men in the workplace. You might think that beginning with the same number of men and women in entry-level positions and applying a 1% bias in promotion wouldn't change the expected 50-50 outcome. In fact, applying a 1% bias in favor of men at every 6-month review for 10 years led to 65% of the most senior positions in the company being held by men. Every decision made about a person, from the time you meet them to when we're hired to the time we're promoted, passed over, get fired or quit, each decision costs us, and wrong decisions send us running to the nearest online employer rating board or college message board to post a negative review, and failure to attend to unconscious bias can even impede positive organizational change and organizational resilience.
The study dealt with bias in the workplace, obviously, and while the initial research simulation was only run at 1%, when you add additional factors to the equation, things get worse. By adding in the bias that occurs when the job description is written, recruiting begins, interviews take place, hiring decisions are made, and then promotions are considered, you can see how the situation compounds. A small amount of bias has a large impact on our lives. The effects are dramatic and exponential. And as we continue to shine a light on unconscious bias, we need to also keep in mind that people are increasingly making decisions about the schools they attend, professions they enter, and job offers based on the institution's reputation diversity issues. As candidates, we have choices. In order to remain competitive, colleges and businesses will need to address each aspect of the process from start to finish. So this kind of became more of an issue recently with a recent ruling from the Supreme Court that we talked about already, in which they shot down the idea of affirmative action that was designed to combat discrimination and bias based on race. What they're talking about with unconscious bias here is something that clearly the court didn't take into account, because the whimsical majority of the court's thoughts were, oh, well, discrimination isn't an issue anymore, and we just need to make it not an issue and make it go away, and we shouldn't have government get involved with that. But unconscious bias says that human beings, by their very nature, are biased. What are your thoughts on that?
I would honestly, agree with the science, obviously. I feel like everybody is biased, depending on, how you were raised, where you grew up, and really what you feel is what you learned was okay and not okay. I'll fully admit I'm a biased person when it comes to my own beliefs, and I can find it difficult to relate to people that don't necessarily share my experiences or have different perspectives. And I'm not saying that we can't, talk to each other even if we have, different beliefs and so forth. It's just, it's somewhat difficult when you kind of have a bias against somebody and you kind of have your own perceptions and stereotypes of them in a more unconscious way rather than more or less trying to have it purposefully.
And it's funny because the study almost seems to suggest that conscious bias that we're aware of is better than unconscious bias. Because when you're not aware that you're biased about something, you really can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
And that unconscious bias may be something that's enforced from childhood. Maybe it's bias that your parents instilled on you. It could be cultural, it could be religious, it could be any number of things that has just been ingrained in you that you don't realize you have a bias against someone for something.
Yeah, and I feel like especially when it comes to unconscious bias versus conscious bias, it's a lot harder to kind of change your ways or even move past that bias when you don't know that you have it. I think that's kind of an obvious statement, but when you're conscious of a bias you have, you can obviously, that's basically the first step, and you can take steps to eventually overcome that bias. But when you have an unconscious bias to something, it's much harder to actually realize that you had a bias, whether it was something you had through childhood or something that was just ingrained in your mind for however long you really knew. So I certainly would agree with the fact that conscious bias is probably it's probably easier to have, or it's better to have conscious bias. That way you have it and you can improve from it, rather than unconscious bias when you never actually realize it.
And I think the other important takeaway here is to understand that bias is natural.
Mm-hmm.
It's, to a certain extent, it is an instinctive survival trait that humans have had since, we were living in caves. It's that bias, that things that we perceive as being a threat to us or not being advantageous to us for our survival or, for our procreation, for our continued existence, we develop a bias against those things. So we try to weed those types of things out of the group mentality that we're in. Yeah. So it's not unusual to be biased. It's what you do with that bias and whether or not you allow that bias to result in injustices. What were you going to say?
I was going to say that not all biases, at least in that case, are necessarily bad. Yes, you can have biases related to your own survival. It's almost like with fear. I think that fear and bias can are kind of intertwined in some way, where it's you kind of have a fear on something based on a bias you have with it. And some biases, it's okay to have some of them because it's you feel yes, you can feel threatened by certain things. Obviously, some are certainly a bit more extreme to where you should probably kind of reevaluate it when you can. But an important thing to note is that bias isn't necessarily a negative thing. And if somebody says that you have a bias, I don't think anyone should really be super defensive of it too much.
And you're absolutely right. It's one of those things where just because you're biased doesn't mean you're doing something, you're allowing it to force you into a negative action.
Yeah.
Biases allow us to unconsciously recognize differences in people. And a successful society understands there's differences, racial, religious, cultural, societal. And it's a matter of celebrating those differences. You turn those differences into an advantage for the overall society.
Yeah.
Instead of looking at it as one being superior over the other.
Yeah.
A lot of times, the differences that our biases key on are complementary.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of people, when they look at it from a discrimination standpoint, which is what a lot of people think of when they think of bias, The discrimination side of things is where you're recognizing those biases that you have, but then you're allowing them to rule your thoughts and allowing negative outcomes to come from them.
Yeah.
Whereas, we just had, this is a whimsical example, but we just had rotisserie chicken for dinner. Well, you like dark meat and I like white meat. Okay, they're biases. But that means that when we have a rotisserie chicken, it doesn't go to waste. The whole thing gets eaten at that point in time. So that's just a silly example of how you could take something where someone's biased against something and turn it into a positive type thing.
Yeah.
Do you ever run into bias, or what would be defined as unconscious bias in this case, in your day-to-day activities with friends or at school or out and about if you're in the mall or something like that? Have you ever experienced anything like that?
Yeah, kind of. Now, as much as I, want to say, don't judge a book by its cover or don't judge somebody by their own appearance, I feel like I unconsciously do that in a lot of instances, mainly as a way, of course, to seek out any threats, because sometimes I like to wear more bright and colorful stuff that might kind of set some people off, because I know it sets certain people off, and I'm worried about interacting or being near people that it would set off. So I kind of have an unconscious bias of, okay, who seems like they would be set off by the way that I look? And again, it's unconscious, and I really don't mean to be, thinking that way, but it's like, it's kind of just how it is for me.
Yeah, and I understand that. I mean, a lot of people unconsciously judge appearances, and I'm a great example of that. I'm 6'4", 500 pounds. I'm an ogre, and I've accepted that, and I look like an ogre, but personality-wise, I'm generally a pretty nice guy to talk to and get along with.
Yeah, and I've also kind of had a similar thing, at least when it came to my appearance, because I've had a couple of people kind of mention it. I normally kind of wear dark clothes, at least when it comes to the winter and so forth. I normally cover up a lot, wearing leggings and a hoodie and such. And I've had multiple people mention that I look depressed that way, or that if I dressed a different way, I would seem happier, which I feel is kind of an unconscious bias on their part to the idea of oh, people who are depressed wear darker clothes and cover up more and don't seem to express themselves through their looks as much.
and that's a great example of unconscious biases. Oh, if you're depressed, just wear something brighter. You'll feel happier. And it's like, that's not the way that works.
Yeah, same thing with the idea of, oh, if you're sad, just smile more.
Right. Yeah, it's like, it takes a little bit more than that to solve those types of problems.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to look at some of the different common types of bias when we come back. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about unconscious bias, and now we're going to talk about some of the common types of bias. So the first we have is affinity bias. Parenting is hard, and we're told that playing favorites is wrong. And so as parents, we struggle to make sure everything is fair. I'm not a parent, by the way.
I probably should have read that segment.
Yeah,
but okay.
I'm just gonna say I'm not a parent, but okay.
You have a cat.
Sure, we'll go with that. That works. But if you have a sibling or you're a parent yourself, it isn't difficult to tell who the favorite is. And for that, you can place the blame squarely on affinity bias. Affinity bias is the tendency to warm up to people like ourselves. We favor those who have something in common with us. So as a parent, a child who plays the same sport you did in high school, or who has your creative gene, is usually the one you relate to the most and are the closest with.
So I'm going to ask you a very controversial question at this point.
Oh boy.
Who do you think is my favorite, you or Sam?
I'd probably say Sam, considering if we're going strictly based off of this bias, you have a lot more in common with Sam. He was your first child, and you probably relate to him a lot more, so...
Really?
Strictly on affinity bias, I'd say that he's your favorite.
See, and I don't want to cop out and say that I don't have favorites. A lot of parents want to say that.
Yeah.
But I really don't. For me, and this is obviously off topic, but for me, you guys each have different aspects of my personality that I connect with.
Yeah.
So obviously I see you more because you're living here in the house with us. And as a result, when I do see Sam, he and I wind up kind of monopolizing the conversation because I don't see him very often.
Yeah.
But I don't think I favor one of you over the other.
And I mean, I will say that I think you and I do have stuff in common. Like, despite the fact I really hate reading, I have your, talent for writing. Well, I wouldn't say talent, but desire for writing. From a
creative standpoint, I think we are very much on par.
Outside of all my other creative stuff.
Well, I may not be able to do the artistic stuff that you do, but I can certainly take a step back and give you an independent opinion of it that provides value to you, I hope.
Yeah.
So anyway, just wanted to say I don't have favorites.
All right.
Just for the record.
Cool.
So the next bias that we have is Halo bias. I know this is not the Microsoft game Halo. First impressions have a lot to do with the halo effect. For example, let's say you have a friend your parents like because she was polite or got great grades. They don't worry when you hang out together and allow you to stay out later with them. You might not get a lot of the usual questions a parent would ask about where are you going and what time will you be home. So it's a win-win for everyone. However, you soon learn she shoplifted, she cheated on exams, and was into whatever the new illicit trend was at the time. So you stopped hanging out with that friend because you realized she wasn't a good influence. Your parents, however, can't wrap their heads around it. They can't believe they were so wrong about her. Even after she's suspended from school, they still ask whatever happened to that nice friend you had.
The halo effect is our tendency to think everything about a person is good because our first impression of them was good. In this case, the parents liked the friend. She came from a good family and she was polite. The same thing happens to all of us.
I think that "at" probably wasn't supposed to be in there.
Okay, yeah, I was confused.
This is why I like to do read-throughs.
Why didn't we do one then?
Oh, because we're going to flub it, and we flubbed it. All right, moving on.
Think about a student who has a big project that they make great success of, but who hasn't lived up to it since. In fact, this person is coming in late, making a lot of mistakes, and routinely relies on others to get her work done on time. Yet the teacher rates her highly based on the perception that she's a great student. This student is just like the teenage friend.
Now, do you know anyone like that?
Anyone that, has good stuff and then just doesn't do good stuff later on?
Well, anyone who is perceived by people as being someone who you know them not to be.
I mean, kind of. I had this one friend who was also one of the friends that said, had the unconscious bias that if I, dressed differently, I wouldn't be depressed.
Your fashion friend, right, got it.
I'm not gonna... So, they were a good student because they were in a higher class because they were in my advanced geometry class. However, when I talked with them at lunch, because we had the same lunch period, they were a completely different person and somehow admitted some really weird stuff. Like,
Well, don't get into details.
yeah, but it was weird stuff to where it's like, I don't know why, like, I never perceived that of them. And like, they would just casually say it to me and my other friend. And like, we were both kind of weirded out by it. So.
Okay. So that would be a yes.
Yes, I should have gone with a more simpler answer then.
So the next type of bias is perception bias. So perception bias is the tendency to form stereotypes and assumptions about certain groups that make it difficult to make an objective judgment about individual members of those groups. While affinity bias and halo effect tend to be specific to an individual and our perception of them, perception bias is typically based on a larger labeling of a group and influences everyone associated with that group. Meaning if we had an experience that our neighbor's child who volunteers at a local retirement community is generous and helpful, when you meet another child who has also volunteered in the similar way, you would have a difficult time seeing any negative traits. We apply the same logic to people we encounter in life. A study published by the National Academy of Sciences determined there's an assumption that men are better suited for science and technology-related projects than women. So how does that affect women? As an example, when hiring for a web designer, a search engine optimization analyst, or a data scientist, if 9 out of 10 candidates are men, it's difficult to put aside the perception that anyone else can be successful in those types of jobs and hire a woman.
Our experience has shown us that men work in these roles, not women, so we gravitate towards the perception we are accustomed to. While there are many programs in place to increase the number of women in the fields, the disparity cannot be addressed until women are perceived as just as capable as men in traditionally male-dominated fields. The problem actually lies in the bias that makes those assumptions in the first place, and not as much in the hiring process. If the bias is based on stereotype rather than fact, the act of overlooking underrepresented groups of people will continue. If we don't stop and question when the bias is reinforced by the inequality we see, then we will continue to believe and perpetuate them. Perpetuate them, sorry.
You're not going to perpetrate them. That would be a crime.
Sorry. Tackling the underlying unconscious bias can be achieved by acknowledging the problem exists, ensuring there is widespread awareness of it, resolving to do something about it, and becoming accountable for your actions.
So I can talk kind of from firsthand experience with this. When I do hiring at work, I'm always hiring for a technical position. Either it's a IT related or development or what have you. And the last couple of positions I had posted jobs for was for development positions. And it was probably a 10-to-1 ratio of men to women applying for the positions. And trying to be an equal opportunity employer when it comes to gender, race, everything, it's very difficult to find suitable candidates that fit the requirements when you have such a disparity like that in the applicant pool.
Mm-hmm.
So I try, the one particular position, the best candidate that I had in the pool happened to be this young lady who was very talented. I would have really liked to have hired her. And in fact, we'd even offered her a position, but we couldn't come to terms on the financial numbers. But there were probably, for that one highly qualified candidate, there was probably 8 other male candidates that were as qualified or slightly less. So it's very difficult to kind of not have a bias when your applicant pool is that sideways, you know? I don't really have a solution for that. I try to consider everyone based on their merits. And if I look at everyone and I don't look at a name and I just look at their qualifications, I can usually pick the people out of a applicant pool that would be the best person. And then from there, I try not to let unconscious bias filter into that scenario. Maybe I do. Maybe I'm unconsciously biased to female applicants because of the influence that you and mommy have on me and how much you've opened my eyes to I don't want to get dramatic and say the plight of women, but the conditions that women, have to exist in the workforce. And maybe I'm trying to do my part to ease that, and maybe it's a reverse bias. I don't know. It's like I'm just overanalyzing it at this point.
Yeah.
But I can speak from experience that's a problem in the workforce for sure. So the next one we have is one that I experience all the time, and that's confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is described as seeking out evidence that confirms our initial perceptions, ignoring contrary information. It's a little like a debate. Each side prepares for their argument with facts, figures, and studies that will support their position, and they will disregard or find fault with the opposing viewpoint to win the debate. Confirmation bias gets on one side of that debate and allows us to only accept what supports our argument. Confirmation bias can make a bad situation worse because we become stubborn and refuse to change our opinion. We seek out information, evidence that justifies our position or makes us feel like we're right or wrong. And contrary to that, we may wind up ignoring evidence that's presented to us that is against our argument at the same time.
Yeah.
So, for example, let's say Bob has an idea for a new product that he believes will be well received by the public. He does market research and presents findings that support his initial idea. When his coworker presents data that shows the product won't be profitable, Bob discounts it. Bob has data. His coworker has data. Both people believe their data proves the point. Confirmation bias becomes a problem when Bob pushes the product to market based solely on his data.
To combat confirmation bias, we need to review the data we have in our possession, all of it. Review the pros and the cons to objectively make a decision based on both sides of the data. Look for data that disproves your point, and ask others to review your conclusions. The best way to get over confirmation bias is to find someone who is unbiased that you can present both sides to.
And this is something that's done in the scientific circles all the time. You see a lot of people that will publish papers in journals to try to garner support for their theories and their projects and what they're working on. But when there are studies that are published that aren't peer-reviewed, they're almost scoffed at right off the bat automatically. So the idea of peer review in science is very important. When other people look at the work that you did and either review the work and the data or take the work you did and try to reproduce it to support your theory, it lends credence to what you're doing. And for people to not seek out the peer review is really a rush to judgment. And then what happens is you get a lot of people that come out and talk about, well, there was one that was recently in the news about this new compound that was found that would be used as a superconductor at room temperature. So just a little aside, superconductors exist in the world today, and they're used for fusion and various supercomputing things and stuff like that. But they all have to be super cooled to near absolute zero.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, when you go for an MRI at the hospital, it uses superconducting magnets that are supercooled by helium, liquid helium. So this material that they discovered and did some testing on could have the same properties of a superconductor, but without the supercooling. It could do it at room temperature. And they published a paper. Well, they had some people that came out and supported it, but you had some people come out and say, well, nobody reviewed this stuff. Nobody looked at this. Nobody checked your data or anything like that. This is nothing but a theory at this point in time. And they basically discredited all the work that they did because of the confirmation bias. So when you're in that sort of situation, you have to be objective enough to have your theories tested. If you lack sufficient confidence in your argument to have it stand up to scrutiny and debate, then you don't have an argument at that point in time.
Yeah.
Can you think of any examples where people put forth their ideas and either ridicule or discredit or don't want to hear anyone who has a contrary point of view?
Yeah.
That was a softball I tossed up there for you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like it's kind of easy to be, find that now, unfortunately, because so many people are like so headstrong in their own beliefs that they won't even do their own research. They'll just say that they'll find the one source that agrees with them that, again, probably wasn't peer reviewed, so it's probably inaccurate anyway, and will, pretty much go head first into keeping it. And I'll say I probably also have that kind of bias because, I try to get multiple sources, but for the most part, when it comes to discrediting people, I kind of just look up the first thing I see to show that the other person didn't really do their research first. But then again, I should also be looking at other sources that also, one, disagree with my statement, but two, are also, again, peer-reviewed. And that's also kind of why, we encourage everybody else to do their own research. While we try not to be one-sided when it comes to our podcast, we're only really one source, and there are plenty of other sources out there that will agree with us, disagree with us, or kind of be a midpoint between both arguments. So, that's kind of why we encourage everybody to do their own research and get as many sources as they can. And I guess that's why, in school, they kind of have us look up multiple different sources for our different things so that we're not looking at just one singular source.
Yeah, when you're basing your entire political argument on a single source from Newsmax, you're kind of treading on thin ice there.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, and one of the things is that when we do research for these podcasts, usually each segment comes from a different source, so we can try to provide different perspectives. It's not the end-all, be-all. We're not a scientific organization here. We're not a think tank. Go out and do your own research.
Yep.
We're going to take our last break here. And then when we come back, we're going to talk about a little bit more about the basis of unconscious bias. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
We are talking unconscious bias today on Insights into Teens, and we're going to talk about the basis of unconscious bias. A professor of economics at the University of Texas at Austin studied the relationship between personal attributes and economics. He confirmed that skinny people make more money than overweight people. Tall men are promoted more often than short men. White women are paid more than black women and much more than Latino women. Bald men make less money than men with a full head of hair, yet men in general are paid more than women. That means that a fat, bald female really, if she's Latino, doesn't get paid anything. Differently abled and LGBTQ professionals make less than men across the board as well. So why does this type of bias happen? It's unlikely anyone sets out to do this on purpose, yet although some of it, I kind of take exception to that, but it happens consistently enough and on a large enough scale for it to be studied. Well, bias has been around long enough that it should have been studied for quite some time.
Yeah.
If someone has an attribute we find favorable, subconsciously, we think that person is good, and of course we want to associate with good people. It's this unconscious need to categorize people that leads to the kinds of decisions that favor some and leave others out.
According to studies in cognitive science, our brains receive 11 million pieces of information every second, and we only process 40 of those process 40 of those details consciously. This makes us more than 99% unconscious.
Which makes me sound like we're really stupid then.
Yeah, really. The unconscious brain is working to minimize how much energy it uses by automating certain predictions and perspectives. This automation allows us to have more energy and awareness in case we need to respond to threats. Our minds are working with what it is exposed to and stores evidence for, which means it has no inherent idea of right, wrong, good, bad, truth, or lie unless we ascribe it or learn it from others. Which means that whenever I flub any of these lines, it's only because I'm doing it unconsciously or something like that. This lack of awareness or attention to our perspectives means we don't realize just how biased we are. Ask anyone if they're biased, and very few will admit it. It's one of those things that people might even feel insulted by.
Absolutely.
And those who are unaware of just how deep the bias actually runs. So pinpointing bias is hard, but not impossible. According to the Cognitive Bias Codex Cognitive Bias Codex.
You'll get it.
Created.
That's why we need to do read-throughs.
Then do read-throughs. There are an estimated 180 cognitive biases, and the list is frequently updated. This codex is a useful tool for visually representing all of the known biases that exist to date. You may have heard of the term cognitive bias as a synonym for unconscious bias, but cognitive bias is not a synonym for heuristics.
Heuristics are nuanced, and the Cognitive Bias Codex organizes biases in a meaningful way while listing heuristics and biases under the same label. Daniel Kahneman, in his book Thinking Fast and Slow, explains the difference. He says heuristics are the shortcuts that humans use to reduce task complexity in judgment and choice, and biases are the assumptions we make based upon those shortcuts. Our assumptions affect our behavior, and our behavior affects everyone around us. By understanding that we're all biased, we can make the decision to work together to be more conscious of our thoughts and actions when relating to others. And while we can't always stop ourselves in the moment, we can think about our actions to see why we chose a particular person for a task or put a specific individual on a team. We can ask what made us act and think in that way towards this person or group. And then if need be, we can remedy that situation. We can put our eggs. Whoa. Let's back that one off. That's a big flub today. we can put our egos aside, and, along with our eggs, over in a basket somewhere.
But not all in one.
Not all in one, right? And admit we have made a decision based upon a bias. We can interrupt the biases and acknowledge them. And not only can we address the current situation, we can resolve to not do it again. Over time, it's possible to learn to think and behave differently. By using an objective test to measure our bias and by reflecting on our actions, we can change the way in which we are biased. And I guess that's really the moral of the story here, is that everybody is unconsciously biased and doesn't realize it usually. But by paying attention to your actions, by being aware of the world around you, by understanding the impact of your actions on others, you can become consciously biased. And if you can become consciously biased, then you can change.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that you've had unconscious biases that you've had to overcome in your lifetime so far?
I mean, yeah, both in my own unconscious bias and the unconscious bias of those around me. I do tend to gravitate towards those that, you know, are like me, have similar opinions of me, because I find it hard to talk to people who don't have, you know, similar opinions to me, mainly just because it's just difficult to, you know, form a conversation when we consistently disagree on viewpoints. So it can be kind of difficult to do that, and having that bias can occasionally help me to not have to deal with that. But I think it's something that I kind of have to learn to overcome, because, you know, not all people that believe in that, at least when it comes to being political and having different political beliefs, not everybody who has a different political belief to mine is like this heightened stereotype we tend to have of, you know, separate parties and, you know, parties that don't agree with us and, you know, stuff like that. So I feel like it's something I could eventually overcome. It's, again, probably going to take some work, because much like with every bias, I do it unconsciously for the most part. And, you know, the first step is to make that unconscious bias a conscious bias. So
that is very well put. I've been very fortunate in my life. I grew up in a household that was racially biased and gender biased and religiously biased. My father was a very closed-minded individual, and that closed-mindedness was passed down to us. And over the years, especially since I've been with Mommy, I've been enlightened, I should say. I've been very fortunate that Mommy has been such a positive influence on me and helped to open my eyes. She's made me a better person in the almost 20 years now that we've been together. A lot of people, unfortunately, don't have that kind of influence in their lives, which is sad. I think the world would be a better place if there were more mommies around, like my wife, that can help people understand where some of these biases are and how to correct them. I'd like to think, as a result of that, I'm a better, more enlightened, more understanding person, and I've been very fortunate to have her guidance to get me to that point. Granted, there's a long way for me still to go. I am far from perfect. You've opened my eyes to a great number of things in the recent years that I had clearly been biased against in the past, and I think that's really the key, is having enlightened people and having a diverse group of people that you're exposed to on a regular basis allows you to discover those biases and helps you to overcome them.
yeah, I definitely think that's something I hope to improve on later on, because most of the people, most of my friends at least, I associate with kind of have all these similar beliefs to mine, and I feel that's more or less an unconscious bias on my part, and it'd be nice to get to have friends who, you know, have differing opinions where we don't fight over it consistently, but we both get different perspectives on each other's lives and can hopefully learn to break our unconscious biases of each other and our beliefs.
Yeah, it's boring agreeing with everybody all the time. There's a certain part of me that enjoys that. It's conflict, but it's civilized conflict. It's debate. It's open discussion. They're the types of things that help to expand your mind.
Yeah, kind of similar to the silly debates that you and I have.
Exactly. And, it helps you to think of things. Like, a while back, I had run a website and a blog that was very contrary to my personal beliefs. And it was so that I could then look at situations from the opposite side of the spectrum and try to put myself in the shoes of the opposing party. And it was educational. It was entertaining in some respects too. But it was one of those things where I found it fascinating to see the reactions at times and see how stubborn and how set in people's ways people could be. And they were reflections of who I was before I went through that little thought experiment. So I think that's all we had for today. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and we will get your closing thoughts.
Alrighty.
We'll be right back.
Okay, so to everybody out there, I kind of just want to reaffirm the idea that we all have our own biases, whether unconscious or conscious. But everybody has a bias no matter who you are, and some of those biases aren't necessarily a bad thing. It's kind of just human nature that we have biases in order so that we can, determine threats and whatnot. However, some of those biases can go a bit too far, and some of them are just incredibly unconscious to where you're not willing to admit it. And I guess the important thing to note is that it's not a bad thing to admit that you have a bias. The important thing is that you move past that bias once you become aware of it, rather than completely denying it and refusing to change your ways.
Okay. Sage words, as always.
Thank you.
Before we do go, I do want to once again invite all of our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You can find audio versions of just this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. And we're pretty much anywhere you can find a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, and so forth. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us up on Twitter at Insight or X, whatever it's called now. I refuse to call it X, though, because it's such a stupid name. We're at Insights_things. You can find high-res versions of all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. And you can find all those and more, links to all those and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our occasional podcast that sometimes comes on, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Wow, you have a future in marketing for us, I'll tell you that.
Thank you very much.
That's all. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things. a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 178, Sexting. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my intelligent and responsible co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hey, everybody.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing all right as well. I think we're going to forego some of the normal jovial banter that we go through on these shows. We have kind of a serious topic to talk about today.
Yep.
We're going to skip the plugs and all that stuff too, and I think we're just going to get right into it.
All right.
So the main theme of this podcast over the past 170 plus episodes has been to educate, entertain, and help teens deal with the trials and tribulations of growing up during some of their most significant formative years. Today's episode's a bit different. This topic was prompted by a recent event that cost the life of a teen through suicide. The story moved me to the point that I wanted to try to ensure the same thing didn't happen to anyone else. We're discussing a very sensitive topic, not to glorify it or to endorse it, nor are we here to pass judgment over anyone who engages in it. Instead, our purpose today is to acknowledge that it happens, discuss the dangers inherently involved in it, and try to help teens understand how to cope with the consequences of it should they engage in it. All in the hopes that the fate of that befell the young man in the article we're going to discuss does not happen to anyone else. Now, it's important to note this episode does discuss suicide. If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, please contact the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988 or 1-800-273-8255. So what is sexting? Sexting is sending and receiving sexual messages through technology such as a smartphone, an app, email, or webcam. For some people, sexting is a way to explore sexuality, trust, boundaries, and intimacy. However, in some cases, sexting is used to bully, blackmail, and exploit. Sexting can involve words, photos, or videos, such as a message or a post written with sexual language, nude or semi-nude photos or videos of sexual acts, live chats with someone on webcam involving sexual acts, or screen-captured videos or photos recorded from webcam. Not all teens sext, but those who do, their experiences are very different. Even when there is consent, trust, and respect between people who decide to sext, it's hard to be completely sure of a sexual message will be private. For those who do decide to engage in sexting, it's important to know the facts on consent and the law. The decision to sext is a personal one. Not everyone feels the same way about it. Most teens decide not to sext. Older teens are more likely than younger teens to send and receive sex.
According to a recent survey of young people who've sent sex in the past, 49% of them sent them to their girlfriend or boyfriend. 43% of them sent them to someone they liked and were hoping to be in a relationship with. 31% sent them to someone they only knew online, and 20% sent them to someone they didn't know. Some of the reasons people may choose to sext are to explore sexuality with someone they care about, to connect with someone they like, or because they were pressured to do so by others. According to the same survey, the top reasons young people gave for why they sexted included, I do it for fun, I was pressured, to get a boyfriend or girlfriend, I was curious, and as a joke between friends. The survey found that 28% of young people who had sent sexual messages felt pressured to do it. Most of the time, this pressure was coming from someone who wanted a sext sent to them. For some people, being sexual through a phone, app, or webcam can feel easier than doing something sexual in person.
So now we know we have a frame of reference of what we're talking about here. I'll ask the obvious question that's hanging out there. Have you ever sexted with someone?
No, I've never gotten really close to anybody to really want that sort of thing. I never really felt the need to explore that part of myself, and I've never really had an opportunity where I actually wanted to engage in something like that.
Has anyone ever solicited something like that from you?
No, no one's that I know has ever really asked, probably because I either just keep in contact with friends and don't engage in social media, or just that I don't present myself as somebody that really wants anything to do with that.
Okay. Now, do you know if any of your friends have engaged in this sort of activity?
Not really. I haven't asked them personally, and I don't really know what goes on outside of that. I know that some of them are in relationships, but I don't know if there's anything that's sent between them at all. And I kind of, like they mentioned, this kind of thing is more or less personal, so I don't really ask too much about it.
What are your thoughts on it? Do you think that there's a viable or a legitimate use case for this type of activity?
I mean, I could kind of see the purpose in it. Like, the idea of exploring your sexuality is an important thing that, some teenagers tend to go through, and this is a way for them to work on that. And I think doing it in a somewhat more in a kind of privatized manner is probably all right. I wouldn't say this is the best option for exploring it, but it's certainly out there. It can have its benefits. And I guess I won't have too much of a problem if somebody's doing it, as long as they're not harming themselves or others through it.
Okay, that's fair. One of the things that I thought was kind of interesting when I was doing the research for this were the numbers. We talked about the statistics here, and almost half of the respondents to the survey had sent a sext message to somebody else. Do you think those numbers are correct? Do you think it's alarming? Do you think they're really higher than that, and the sample size may not have really shown the true numbers? Or do you think that those numbers are spot on?
I guess I don't really have too much of a way to judge it myself. Since I haven't experienced it myself, I can't really say for certain how common it is. I don't really tend to focus too much on this sort of thing, so it's kind of hard for me to have my own idea of what I think the numbers would be. I was surprised by some of the numbers and the ways of how, some people were more or less pressured into doing it than they were doing it willingly. But now, kind of thinking about it, I guess that also kind of makes sense, because peer pressure exists in abundance when it comes to teenagers, and I could see people being pressured into sexting just like they would be pressured into doing anything else.
The one thing that they don't talk about is what the medium is for some of these sexting events in the article. Obviously, sexting is a phone-to-phone using SMS text is one thing, but I could see people they talk about social media in here as well. Facebook comes to mind, Twitter, I guess, or X or whatever it is now. Are you involved? Do you use any of these social media? I know you do. You watch YouTube videos. Obviously, I wouldn't consider that social media. But are there any social media platforms that you use now that would engage in something like this?
Not really. I have like social media apps that were downloaded, but I've never actually used them or created my own account, mainly because I just don't feel like currently having anything to do with social media, and I get enough of, and despite the fact that YouTube technically isn't social media, I kind of have an awareness of what happens on social media through YouTube, so I feel like I don't really need to get any of the other apps since I have one app that technically kind of mentions almost anything. And obviously I don't think too many people are using YouTube to sext because that's a little strange. But
It's also, I think, against the platform's rules and regulations too. They would shut something like that down pretty quickly.
yeah, but when it comes to other social media apps, I can certainly see it since like you can technically friend people on certain social media apps, or like you can like make a group with certain people, or you can just like engage with someone like directly with it. And the only real method I have for that is just the regular messaging app, which you can't really do that with just complete strangers. You have to kind of know the person's number.
Okay. Well, we're going to take our first break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about some of the dangers of sexting. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about sexting. And now we're going to talk about the dangers of sexting. Sexting can negatively affect your mental health, relationships, and future. It can even have legal consequences. Before sending an explicit photo, remember that once an image is out there, you can't take it back. What if you and the other person break up? What if they share your message or photo with their friends or social media networks? What if your parents or teachers found out? In some cases, the image could even end up in the hands of a sexual predator. If your sext includes a photo or video, it's important to remember once it's created, it's impossible to control where it ends up. Even photos and videos shared through an app promising they'll disappear aren't completely private. Some could still save a copy. Or someone could still save a copy. Choosing whether or not to sext is a decision only you can make. Feeling uncomfortable or pressured to sext is never okay.
If you're considering sexting, here are some questions to ask yourself. First, why do I want to send a sext? It's important that you feel in control of whether you send a sext and that you send it because you want to. If you're feeling uncomfortable or pressured, it's always okay to say no. How well do I know the person I'm sexting? Sexting with someone you met online or someone who's much older than you has different legal concerns than sexting with someone your own age. If I send a sext with a photo or video, will I have control of where it ends up? It's impossible to have control of a photo or video once it's sent. What's my gut telling me? Trust your instincts. Only take part in things you feel comfortable with. And finally, will the police get involved? It's very possible the police will get involved, especially if any of the following factors are in play. If you were threatened or blackmailed to send the content in question. If abuse or assault is depicted in the content, if you are under the age of 18 and send it to someone older than yourself, or if it failed to stay private between you and the person you sent it to. You should talk to a lawyer if you have questions about sexting and the law.
Sexting can have potential emotional consequences like regret, objectification or victimization, bullying, depression, sadness, social isolation, loss of friendships, loss of respect for yourself, or ultimately thinking about or actually hurting yourself or others. Sexting can also negatively affect your future, such as your employment, college admission, military admission, your spot on a sports team, scholarships, future relationships, or even your mental health if you have to relive the consequences of your decision. Employers and colleges often look at candidates' social media profiles and online presence. Having nude images or photos of alcohol or drug use could hinder your ability to get a job or into college one day.
So what are the legal consequences of sexting? Now, obviously we're not lawyers. We can only kind of scratch the surface on here, but it's one of the things that need to be considered. So if a person involved in sexting is under the age of 18, it's considered child pornography. The legal consequences can vary depending on the state where you live. Some states consider it a felony to both send and receive the photo, even if you didn't ask the person to send the photo. If the person in the image is under 18, you may face legal consequences if you're the photo taker, a person seen in the picture, the sender, the receiver, or just in possession of the photo. Sexting can also put you at risk for placement on the sex offender registry and possible jail time. Usually the consequences are harshest for those who request or share the photo. Even if you're not breaking the law, your school can punish you and others involved, even if you're legal adults.
So how do you avoid serious consequences from sexting? First, never take photos of yourself you wouldn't want everyone to see, including your family, classmates, and teachers. Never forward someone else's sex-related photos or messages. You could get in serious trouble, especially if the person involved is under the age of 18. What do you do if someone pressures you to sext? If someone asks you to send a nude photo or explicit message, you may be afraid to turn them down because you don't want them to stop liking you. But if someone truly cares about you, they won't ask you to do something that puts your mental health and future at risk. If someone sends you an unwanted message or pressures you to sext, tell a trusted adult. That's sexual harassment, and that's not okay.
So a couple of interesting things for us to probably break down here.
All right.
The first is the technology behind it. So depending on the medium that you send it through, once you create that file on today's modern cell phones, most of them are cloud connected. So if I take a picture on my phone, there's a very good chance that a copy of that's going up to the cloud already, whether it's Android, Google Cloud or Apple or whatever. So there's a copy already right there that's off your phone immediately without you even realizing after just taking a picture.
Mm-hmm.
Those services then do backups themselves. For Apple, for instance, you have 2 or 3 different backups of your photos. And they do that as a convenience for you so that you don't lose your photos.
Yeah.
But if you forget to go and delete one of those photos somewhere, it's always going to be there. And that's before you even send it to someone. Once you send it to someone, depending on how you send it, like for instance, let's take an SMS message or an iMessage. So you have a photo on your phone, couple of photos in the cloud for Apple. Now you're sending a photo to someone. Now, usually, depending on what kind of phone they have, if they have an Android phone and you're sending a movie or a large folder, what Apple will do is it will store it in a temporary location on the web and then send a link. Well, that link goes to the person, they click on it, and they're pulling it down right there, so they have a copy of it. They could send that link to someone else. So now you've got at least 2 more copies floating around out there of whatever it is. Possibly more if they send it to someone else. So let's say you send it to someone through Facebook. Well, Facebook gives you the ability to delete your stuff. But Facebook's deletion of your stuff isn't actually deletion of your stuff. One, because you're using a browser. So when you upload it through a web browser, you've got a local cache, and that local cache then uploads it. So there's a copy in your cache.
Mm-hmm.
You send it to your friend looks at it, it goes into their cache. So even if they delete the file after downloading it, it still sits in their cache there, so someone can get to it.
Yep.
Plus, it sits on Facebook servers. And Facebook is infamous for allowing you to delete, and I do that in air quotes, delete your content, but they never really delete it. They simply hide it from you so that you can't access it anymore, but they never delete it.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't know what these service providers out there are going to do. It's a lot different than, if you took a Polaroid of yourself. For those of you out there that don't know what a Polaroid is, it was a camera that you pushed a button and the picture came out and developed itself. It was a very unique idea, well before digital cameras. But that was the only copy that you had. There were no negatives. Normally in a traditional camera, you take pictures on a roll of film, which generates negatives. You take those negatives and get them developed.
Mm-hmm.
But you always have the negatives. So with a Polaroid, you never had negatives. But the point is that picture you snapped is the only copy of that ever existed. The notion of that doesn't exist anymore.
Yep.
As soon as you push that shutter button on your phone, there's probably 5 to 15 copies of that somewhere within the next 2 minutes. So you have to keep that in mind. The technology right now is geared towards distribution and backups. So there's no such thing as privacy when it comes to that.
Yep.
So that's very important to keep in mind. And the other thing they talk about, it's a very simple rule. Don't take pictures of anything that you wouldn't want your parents or friends or teachers or anyone else to see. Even if you do it for yourself, it's probably not a good idea with the technology that you have today.
Yeah.
Because it's so persistent. We're kind of a victim of our own success when it comes to technology today because we're so geared towards back up everything. Everything needs to be backed up 12 times. I'm just as bad the way I back up our data. We've got 5 local copies of it here just because I'm paranoid about losing family photos.
Yep.
What do you think? Do you think that the technology today makes sexting too easy and too dangerous?
Yeah, definitely. Because it certainly makes it a lot more dangerous because, there's millions of copies. There's going to be tons of copies of an image you sent, and it could go to literally anybody, including predators. And the idea that you also have the ability of that technology and just easily message somebody that also, it makes it too easy and it's just too dangerous in general with the technology and the ways of how of fast communication and consistent backup.
What are your thoughts on the legal consequences? Because you're under 18. If you engaged in this act with somebody and sent someone else an inappropriate picture of yourself, you'd be legally liable for that. That would technically be child pornography, even though you're the one who technically would be victimized there. Does that, it terrifies me, but does it scare you at all to think that something like that could happen to you?
Yeah, it kind of follows the same rule I remember my school having, which I always kind of thought wasn't all that fair, was the idea of how, if a person is fighting you, if you fight back, you're just as guilty as the other person, which I wouldn't say is the most fair thing to say. If you just got bullied consistently for years and never actually fought back and then fought back one time and then you were entirely punished, I'd say that that's a bit extreme to give the same punishment to the person that got beat up as the person that beat them up.
Right.
And I never liked the idea of victim blaming. And, sure, if they actively engaged in it, even if they were considered to be the minor, it's okay, I guess, but like even just receiving it when it was completely unwanted and still being liable to a crime for it, it's just that seems messed up.
Yeah, it's a little extreme, but I think they kind of do that almost as a scared straight type thing to kind of really hammer home the significance of it to kids. I don't know. I don't know what the motivation is behind it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm all for like actually having legal accountability for this sort of thing, especially if, minors are involved with it. It's just, I don't know, it seems to kind of push the extremes on occasion.
It does, but I think the motivation is understandable. The law enforcement does not, and the authorities and parents and everyone else doesn't want kids getting involved in stuff like this because of how dangerous it is. So they just may be pushing the boundaries too far to punish the kids who do get involved in it, when really the kids are the ones that are being victimized. And what you need to do is you need to punish the people, and they do. They punish the people that are pressuring the kids into doing these types of things. But sometimes they're other kids. And it's, it's a very difficult situation. Once you go down that path, it's a very difficult situation to navigate. So we're going to take our second break, and when we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about, we're going to talk a lot about the consequences, the actual real-life consequences that can come from sexting. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
In this segment, we're going to discuss a news article that involved the suicide of a young man. If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, again, we ask you to please contact the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988 or at 1-800-273-8255. Jordan DeMay was a 17-year-old high school student and football player whom his father, John DeMay, described as, quote, smart, he was a good student, and he was a great athlete.
The teenager began chatting with someone he thought was a woman on Instagram. The account was real, but had been hacked and sold to a 22-year-old Nigerian man named Samuel Agashi, who posed as a woman. He used the profile to coerce young men into sending explicit photos of themselves. He allegedly used the photos as leverage for money, according to the FBI. Jordan fell victim to this version of extortion, which is termed sextortion. The 17-year-old football player's tragic fate is not uncommon in America and across the world. Teens across the U.S. are falling victim to sextortion on social media.
Jordan's father described the attack as, quote, someone came into his bedroom at 3 a.m. and murdered him through Instagram when we were all sleeping at night, and we had zero chance to stop it. John DeMay is sounding the alarm about sextortion after his 17-year-old son, Jordan, died by suicide last year. The suspect in Jordan's death is one of 3 suspects from Lagos arrested recently for allegedly hacking Instagram accounts and sexually extorting or sextorting more than 100 men online.
The FBI defines sextortion as a serious crime in which the perpetrators threaten to expose a victim's sensitive or private information in exchange for sexually explicit material or money.
Agashi threatened to distribute the explicit pictures the 17-year-old sent to the compromised account of Jordan if Jordan didn't pay him a ransom. The attacker demanded $1,000. Jordan sent $300, and the attacker threatened to expose the victim to his family and friends if he didn't send more. Distraught and not sure what to do, Jordan messaged Agashi, telling him he was going to kill himself. "Good," Agashi responded. "Do that fast or I'll make you do it." Jordan DeMay did do it.
A 2018 study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, or JAMA, Pediatrics, found that nearly 15% of U.S. youth were sending sext or sexual texts, while 27% of youth were receiving them. The perpetrators pose as real people, often as attractive women or men online, and target young and vulnerable victims. They will reach out directly to victims and strike up an online conversation, gain the victim's trust one way or another, and convince them to send nude photos. Once the photos are exchanged, the perpetrators threaten to share them or make them public if the victims do not send money, other personal information, or more explicit images. The scheme pushes some teens beyond their breaking point.
Jordan's father said he encourages parents and teenagers to learn about the risks of sextortion and have a plan in place if it happens to them or someone they know. Specifically, he advises victims to turn off their phones and contact law enforcement or the FBI immediately. He also said he would tell Jordan every single day, if he had a chance, that threats from the sextortionists were not the end of his life. He goes on to say the kids have to just understand that this isn't the end of whatever they think is their life, because it's not, DeMay explained.
The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's Cyber Pipeline received about 32 million reports of suspected child exploitation in 2022. The online incitement category of the cyber pipeline saw an 82% increase in complaints between 2021 and 2022.
The FBI encourages anyone who believes they are victims of sextortion or knows someone who may be to contact their local FBI office or toll free at 1-800-CALL-FBI. So this obviously is an extreme case of consequences as a result of sexting. We talked about some of the other potential downfalls of sexting. But when I read this article itself, being a parent and being a parent of a child who's of this age range, it kind of struck a nerve with me. And it's looking at these statistics about the 82% increase in complaints in just over a year. It's a real problem. There's I mean, it's going to sound cliche, but there's bad people out there. There's bad people on the internet, and they're going to do things, nefarious things, to try to get money from you, to sometimes to just do things maliciously. People they're just evil, and they'll do things to harm you or to get you to harm yourself, not necessarily for any financial motive at all. And I thought if there's anything that we do on this podcast, we try to be positive. We try to be upbeat. We try to teach kids and parents how to get through some of these difficult things. And I read the quotes about Jordan's father here, and I could almost echo those thoughts myself. And I thought maybe we might have a chance to maybe reach out and and help educate other people about this and to try to prevent something like this. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, honestly, I believe the same thing. Like, obviously, we always try to make sure that we keep everything lighthearted, because we've talked about darker topics in the past, and we've always tried to at least bring some lightheartedness to the situations while still not downplaying the severity of all of them. And I do think that bringing more awareness to this is the best way that we can stop it. It's how we can stop anything pretty much bad from happening, is try to bring more awareness to it, because if more people know about it, there's going to be more people willing to stop it, or at least be aware of it, so that it doesn't happen as often.
I would agree with you 110%. I think mission accomplished today. I don't want to drag this out too far. I know it's kind of a dark topic. We usually are not quite this low key, but I wanted to make sure we treated this subject with the respect that it deserved. I think we're going to forego the closing remarks. I think what you just told us there, I think, very easily summed up the overall sentiment we have here. Before we do go, though, I did want to throw some quick plugs out there just to remind folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, and you can find audio and visual of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, and we're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, give us your thoughts on the subject. I'd be very interested to hear what our listeners have to say about today's talk. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things, or X, whatever it's called now. You can also find us streaming 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings, where you can find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Intentional Tomorrow, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 182, Adolescent Idealism. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my generous and kind co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm doing okay. You're a little uptight here. You want to talk about that real quick before we get into this?
Just this game I've been playing, and I have to restart the exact same battle over and over. I've had to do it at least 6 times today, in fact, because it's so difficult, so...
And just for an honorable mention, what game is that?
Baldur's Gate 3.
Which we probably will be talking about on a upcoming episode of Insights into Entertainment, just as a little teaser there.
Well, you will. I'm not.
Well, no, yeah, I'll be on the show with Sam for that one. Other than that, how are things going? How's school going? Anything exciting?
Not really, just starting to ease into the second marking period, so,
Ease into it, huh?
well, not exactly ease into it, I guess, because
It's all relative, right?
all relative, I suppose.
Okay, well, hopefully it goes smoother than the first marking period. Is that safe to say?
I don't know, because the first marking period's supposed to be the easier one, and then it just progressively gets harder afterwards, so it's like,
Just goes downhill from there.
don't really have high hopes for it.
Okay, well, on that note, what we are talking about today is teen or adolescent idealism. Adolescent idealism is a normal phase of teenage development characterized by strong views and opinions of society and the world. Typically developed between the ages of 11 and 16, which you just came out of.
Mm-hmm.
Adolescent idealism is one of the stages of cognitive developmental theory. Adolescent idealism can impact mental health when teens discover the issues they care about aren't centered or prioritized. Treatment can help strengthen family connections and address mental health concerns associated with adolescent idealism, including grief, depression, anxiety, anger, and hopelessness. And if that doesn't sound like fun to talk about, I don't know what does.
Yeah.
But before we get into that, I do want to take a moment to implore our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast if you don't already do so. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, or you can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we can be found anywhere you get a podcast these days. Though we do tend to direct people to Apple Podcasts, but that's just kind of a default thing. I would also invite you to write in or contact us. Give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Give us topics you'd like us to discuss. You can reach us via email at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're available on Twitter or X at insights_things. Or you can get links to all those and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
Here we go. So we once again tap our friends at the Newport Academy for inspiration on this topic. They tell us that navigating the teenage years can be an extraordinary journey for both teens and their parents. Boy, isn't that the truth? It's a time marked by a series of developmental milestones that shape young people into the adults they will become. Among these, adolescent idealism stands out as a particularly influential phase. During this stage, teens begin to see beyond their immediate surroundings and look at the world with fresh eyes. They start to form their own values, shape their understanding of the world, and discover the power of their own voices. This idealism is a vibrant force that drives them to have strong opinions on global and social issues, enabling them to think abstractly about problems and potential solutions. It's a time when their thoughts and conversations may turn to activism and advocacy as they express their views more openly.
However, this expression of newfound perspectives can sometimes lead to friction. As teens articulate their opinions with growing confidence, they may find themselves in disagreement with parents, peers, and other authorities who have long established views. These clashes are a natural part of the journey, as each side learns to understand and respect the other's perspective. It's essential to recognize the importance of this developmental phase. It provides teens with a crucial opportunity to voice their concerns, debate important matters, and begin to understand the complexities of the world they are about to inherit. For those around them, it offers a chance to guide, support, and engage in meaningful dialogue.
As families navigate these years, patience, open communication, and empathy are key. By acknowledging and supporting this stage of idealism, we paved the way for a generation of thoughtful, engaged young adults ready to contribute to society. Do you think you've gone through your idealism stage, your activism stage? Do you think you're in the middle of it? Do you think it's coming up? How active do you think it is?
Honestly, I do think I'm still kind of in the midst of it. I know it kind of had like a generic age range and that I'm technically past that. However, I still feel like I'm still, forming my own opinions and I'm still like working through that part of my life right now. I still have thoughts about it. I still have to kind of form my own opinion and view of everything. So I feel like I'm still kind of in it right now.
So the study does talk about kind of a prescribed age, and you're kind of at an age where many are just discovering the snooze button. But it sounds like you're already pressing the buzzer on global issues. Can you share any aha moments when you realized your voice could be more of a force for change, and maybe a time that voice led to a mom you just don't understand, or in this case, probably a dad you don't understand conversation?
Yeah, I have actually had a few of them. One interesting thing I do want to share was when I ended up doing Hobie. That was a point where basically sophomores of our schools the summer of our sophomore year, we would go to this like place up in North Jersey. It was Drew University. And we basically go there and we would basically meet with all other kids and sophomores from all different schools from around New Jersey. And we basically saw there were public speakers there that basically, gave us more influential stuff. And it was basically like a whole leadership program. And one distinct thing that I remember was that this one speaker, who I think was one of the first speakers that ended up coming up, basically talked about the importance of youth and their intelligence, and even commented that the youth are probably smarter than most of the adults today. And basically he said that don't listen to anybody who says that, oh, you're too young to be thinking this sort of stuff, or, oh, you can't be saying that because you're just a kid. He basically said that, no, I think that you guys are smarter than I am, so, you guys have the power to actually change the world. And, I think that was one of the big aha moment for me, at least, or at least it was something that was like, oh.
Yeah, and I agree with that 100%. I mean, the article goes on to say that this is the world you're going to inherit. So really, you need to start making decisions now. You need to play an active role. And, with the passion of youth comes great debates over the dinner table. And you're no different. We're no different than that. What was the most memorable debate club session you've had with mommy and daddy or friends? And how did it help you see the world through vintage eyes? How did it help you see the world through the eyes of somebody who is, I'll say, more experienced?
I guess maybe it was, we've had various talks to the point that I don't even know if I can really pinpoint any specific conversation that we have. However, there are certain topics that we ended up discussing that, while obviously we share very similar opinions when it comes to certain matters, there are other things where you certainly have a different opinion than I do, or you see something a certain way as opposed to how I see it.
Okay, I think that's fair, and I think that's important. I think if we agreed on everything, we'd never learn to have that discussion with someone who has an opposing point of view.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit more about adolescent idealism.
So what exactly is adolescent idealism? In the unique tapestry of teenage development, a pattern of idealism often emerges, vivid and compelling. It's a belief that teenagers not only have the ability, but also the right to express their opinions on various societal structures, be it in the realm of politics, religion, or any other institution. This is a time when thinking shifts from from the tangible and immediate to the abstract and the far-reaching. As this abstract thinking takes root, teenagers start to notice global issues with sharper clarity. They begin to question the actions and decisions of adult leaders, developing a keen sense of moral judgment. This is not just a phase, it's a powerful awakening that shapes their understanding of justice and fairness.
However, the journey of adolescent idealism isn't without its hurdles. In environments where such views are not encouraged or prioritized, teens may find themselves at odds with the status quo. This can strain relationships and impact their mental health as they navigate spaces that may seem indifferent to their burgeoning ideals. Consider the teenager who organizes a school protest, or the one who joins a march to amplify their voice on issues they care about. Or think of the young person who decides to become vegan, not just as a dietary choice, but as a stand against environmental degradation. Some may take a bold stance against systemic issues, like challenging school curricula that they believe perpetuate racism, and vow to drive change through organized protests.
These are more than actions, they are statements, a declaration of the world as they believe it should be. The fire of adolescent idealism is fueled by a desire for change and a better future. It's essential for adults to understand, respect, and constructively engage with these passionate young minds. By doing so, they can help guide their idealism into lasting positive impact.
So imagine you just staged a protest at school, and I could see you doing. You probably can't because you're not that outgoing, but you're passionate enough to do it, I think, and probably not a big one, maybe a small one. But you've just staged a protest at school, and suddenly you're handed a megaphone with the whole world listening. What's the first issue you'd address, and how would you convince the adult world to take you and your fellow teen idealists seriously?
Yeah, that's a big one, because there's a lot of issues I would stand for completely, and I'd, want to address first. However, relating to the idea of having the adult world listen to the teens, I'd probably want to address the issue of people, or at least the government control over what schools should be teaching. And while personally I'm not experiencing it all that much in New Jersey, I know in a lot of other states that's a huge issue with the idea that, kids can't handle certain topics. And, I feel like a lot of adults are of the belief that, they're just teens, they're just kids, they don't know any better, they can't really, debate with us well. And I know a lot of people, are kind of trying to tell us that, there's a lot of people just discouraging us from voting, from speaking, our beliefs, and from really just trying for us to try and change the world. They want to stop any effort we have for that. So I'd want to address the issue that, no, we know all the stuff that's happening and we want to bring change about it. We, can understand these topics. We're emotionally mature enough for that kind of stuff, and we're not just kids.
Okay, well, you into that. I would certainly listen to an argument when you put it in terms like that. Now, imagine for a moment your idealism is a superhero. What would its superpower be, and what's the kryptonite, the weakness that really tests its strength in the everyday world?
Superpower. That's interesting.
My superpower is I can shout louder than other people.
That's understandable. I can see how that would be useful. If my idealism were a superhero and had a superpower and also kryptonite. Let's see. Well, I would think that my superpower could kind of materialize almost any object by thinking about it. Because I feel like in terms of changing the world. There's certain things that might be needed for certain instances, and I feel like that would be a useful enough superpower to be like, oh, you need something in order to, like, protest, or you need something in order to change the world, here you go.
Okay, so you're a provider when it comes to your activism then.
Yeah, I feel like that would be the most practical use for it. And I don't necessarily want things like mind manipulation because that kind of is an unwilling sort of thing. So
Yeah, that's a segment of the population that's probably already using that too much already.
the kryptonite for my idealism would probably be those louder voices. I feel like they could, in a way, be weakened by it. And I understand the idea of, like, actions speak louder than words, or sticks and stones might break my bones, but words can never hurt me. Words can hurt, though.
Well, if you write a word on the 2x4 and hit you with it, it's going to hurt.
Well,
right?
that's true. That is true. But yeah, I can see that kind of being a weakness, but I can also see them eventually overcoming it in a way.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So we're going to take our first break, and when we come back, you're going to tell us about adolescent idealism and the connection to mental health. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about adolescent idealism. And now we're going to talk about the connection between adolescent idealism and mental health. Adolescent idealism is like a powerful lens through which teenagers view the world. It's a natural and common phase of growth that can influence their choices and spark a desire to question and challenge the norms around them. This idealism is a vibrant force that drives many teens to stand up for what they believe to be just and virtuous. However, as teens grapple with the complexities of the world, they may also discover that creating positive change is often a tangled and difficult process. This realization can be heavy, sometimes leading to feelings of sadness, anxiety, or even a sense of helplessness when the world doesn't change as quickly as they'd like. During this intense time of development, it's not uncommon for teens to experience inner conflict. They might find themselves wrestling with their choices, trying to ensure they align with their newfound values. When there's a gap between what they value and what they see or do, it can cause discomfort known as cognitive dissonance.
This internal struggle often doesn't stay internal. It can spill over into their relationships, leading to disagreements with friends, family members, teachers, or other authority figures who may have differing views. Navigating adolescent idealism requires a delicate balance. It's important for teens to explore and express their values, but also to learn how to cope with the emotional turbulence that can come with this phase. For parents and adults, offering a listening ear, understanding, and guidance can make a significant difference. It's about supporting teens as they learn to harmonize their idealism with the realities of the world, and helping them channel their passion into actions that are both meaningful and manageable. And I'd also add there constructive. You want to make sure that that passion itself goes into something constructive, not destructive moving forward. So if you could give your idealism a status update on social media, what would it say, and which emoji would best capture the roller coaster of taking on the world's heavyweight issues at your age?
So status update is just like updating your info on like a social media.
Just
right?
a one word or a couple word phrase of gone shopping.
All right. If I could give them a status update, I guess I would say I'm still standing.
That's good. I like that. A Billy Joel reference.
Although,
No, Elton John reference.
I'm gonna
Sorry.
say that's an Elton John reference.
I heard it at a Billy Joel concert, though. It must have been when the two of them were playing together.
Maybe. And which emoji would best capture the roller coaster of taking on the world at my age? I guess a roller coaster.
Okay. I can't argue with that. So as you navigate the high seas of teenage values, have you ever found yourself in hot water for your beliefs?
Like with other people or with myself?
Anybody. Have your values or your beliefs ever gotten you into trouble or gotten someone mad at you?
I don't think it was ever something that extreme. I do know that like I've had instances where people have probably disagreed with me.
Okay.
I mean, like, I can certainly, if I was interacting with, like, certain people, I could certainly see myself getting in hot water, although I don't really think I've gotten into hot water with anybody or gotten on anyone's, like, radar, I suppose.
Now, let me ask you a follow-up question. Do you deliberately avoid people that are of a differing opinion or differing mindset actively to prevent any type of conflict or anything from happening?
Kinda, not really, but sorta, yeah.
So you're somewhat anti-confrontational then?
I'm not the most confrontational person, I will admit. I've never really... Whenever I've had a debate with somebody, it's usually been someone who was of a similar belief or had, like, slightly differing opinions from me. It's never been... I've never really interacted with someone on the extreme end of what I was against.
Okay. Have you ever actually deliberately taken a side in a conversation or a debate that is diametrically opposed to what your fundamental beliefs are?
Not really. Like, I'm kind of a sympathizer, I'll be completely honest. We actually had this interesting thing happen in history where we were basically given statements and we were supposed to stand on one side of the room if we agreed with it or disagreed with it.
And you stood in the middle.
Yes, I stood in the middle. On all three of the ones we did, I stood in the middle.
Okay.
Because I really thought... Because, you know, whatever the statement was, I'm like, it depends on the circumstance.
Well, and you know what? The world is filled with people like me who relish in the idea of poking a stick in the opposing side's point of view and trying to rile people up. Because one of the things that I try to do is I have my own beliefs, and I don't preach my beliefs. I don't get out there and pontificate. And all I ask is other people don't do that to me. And when you do, that's when I get confrontational. That's when I'm going to poke a stick in your cage, and you're going to come to me, and regardless of what it's about, you know, it could be politics, religion, or, you know, anything. If you're going to come out and make a statement to me and try to get me to see your point of view, I'm going to challenge you. And 9 times out of 10, I'm probably going to destroy your point of view because you can't stand up against, you know, the logic and I'll throw the controversial word science out there, right? So when I ask people to provide facts and cite the sources of their facts, that's usually when their argument falls apart. And if I can do it in return, they don't really have a comeback, and that's when the conversation tends to degrade into insults and arguing at that point.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I like to kind of be in the middle of most things. I certainly have my own strong beliefs, but I've gotten to a point where it's like I want to try and see both sides, and I don't necessarily want to have to go to one side over the other. And the thing is, if you have a reasonable argument for something that I don't necessarily agree with, I will listen to you and, I will debate with you in a, civilized manner. But if you don't provide enough evidence for it, or you go to things like insults in order to just say like, oh, I'm right because you suck or something. It's like, at that point, there's no point in trying to reasonably argue with you because I think we kind of passed the point of an actual civilized debate.
Right. And I'm with you. Like, I want to be convinced. I may have my point of view and I have my reasons for it. And if you've got a different point of view, I'm open and willing to listen and have you convince me and bring me over to your side. And I've done this. I don't do it all that much anymore, but I would do it on Twitter or X or whatever it's called now. I would go out there and it sounds kind of childish, but I'd pick a fight with extremists of one ilk or another. And there are plenty of times where I've had these discussions with people, and I don't want to call them arguments, they're discussions, where they've brought me to their side to actually understand their point of view, which is why I asked you if you'd ever argue the opposite of what your principles are. And I find that to be very educational and enlightening to do that, to kind of put yourself in somebody else's shoes.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't really use social media, so I can't really...
Yeah, no, I understand. It's certainly not for everyone. I wouldn't encourage it either.
And I don't really like to do it in person either, because I feel like that would just...
Well,
it's not my
gets
thing.
Together in social media in person. I can tell you that right now.
I know. It's like, I feel like it would be easier for me on social media because I'm not a confrontational person in real life. I could maybe be confrontational on social media if I actually used it.
Right. Well, that makes sense. Tell us how adolescent idealism impacts relationships.
Adolescent idealism is a bit like a new pair of glasses for teens. It changes how they see everything, from their closest relationships to the world at large. With these new lenses, teens often develop strong opinions and a keen sense of justice. They may adopt firm stances on issues, convinced of their views, which can lead to disagreements with friends and heated debates with adults.
This stage of life can be tricky. Teens' outspokenness and willingness to challenge authority can sometimes result in them being dismissed or labeled as troublemakers. When they question life's various aspects, including adults' perspectives, it can cause frustration on both sides. Teachers might struggle with students who critique the curriculum, or parents who critique it like I do, while parents might be concerned about what they see as a rebellious behavior. The world doesn't always respond to idealism with open arms, and this disconnect can spark frequent arguments between teens and adults. Teens driven by idealism may often feel that nobody really gets them, which can lead to feelings of anger or a sense of righteousness. Their convictions are strong, but they may not always align with the complexities of how society addresses certain issues, leading to tensions in their interactions with others.
Understanding adolescent idealism means recognizing that this is a natural part of growing up. It's a phase where support and open communication are vital. For parents and educators, it's about providing the space for teens to express themselves while guiding them to navigate their relationships and the world's realities with empathy and resilience.
So, if adolescent idealism is like a new pair of glasses, what's something you've seen through them that made you go, wow, I never noticed that before?
I guess a lot of the, injustices in the world, I suppose, and, stuff that feels like at this point we shouldn't be happening, but stuff that still is happening.
Okay.
I never really knew about a lot of topics until my idealism phase, and that was kind of when I learned more about how, different things that people fought for and different reasons for why they fought for them, and the various injustices that still happen in our world, despite the fact that we really should be past that point.
So it sounds like, and then based on the discussions that we've had, certainly over the dinner table, that you're kind of in the debate team phase of teenhood, where every topic could spark a lively discussion. Can you share a funny story when a debate with adults turned into a, wait, are you really arguing about this type moment?
Yeah, none of them are really serious, but I do remember there was this one time we were at like Buffalo Wild Wings and there was some sort of commercial with like a vacuum cleaner and it was going on for like a really long time. And I remember you and I like debated about it for a while and for some reason I was like questioning it so much. And like then you even like encouraged it and like we were still going back and forth for a while. And by the time the food got there, we were like, wait a minute, why were we arguing about this?
Nice.
That's always a fun one.
So with your idealism glasses on, excuse me, a frog in my throat there. Have you ever caught a glimpse of something that made you think, this is not what the brochure promised?
With my idealism glasses on, what have I caught a glimpse of? I guess. Oh, jeez.
If they were easy questions, I wouldn't ask them.
Yeah, that's true. That's understandable.
Is there, let me ask it this way. Is there anything that you've seen in this idealism phase of your life that has completely changed the way you used to look at something previous to that point in your life?
Yeah.
Yeah,
a lot.
I just can't tell you what it is.
I'm sorry. There's a lot, all right? There's a lot, and some of it's kind of harder to put in broad words, but I think one that kind of made me change my entire perspective on the world was probably learning about the queer community. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I never really had that knowledge before. Like, you and Mommy never hid it from me. And, like, I'd seen some stuff when I was younger, kind of. Not entirely, but, like, you never hid it from me, but you never explicitly explained it.
Well, in all honesty, I never brought it up because I was completely, in the unknown section there. It was always something that was kind of a distant thing to me. So I was certainly not the subject matter expert to broach a subject with you that I did not have an understanding of myself.
That's true. But when I actually, found out about it and would even find out that there was even more than I had originally thought there were, it's like, wow, I think my entire point of view has just completely changed.
Wow. Mind blown.
Yeah, because, like, here's the thing. When I was younger, I initially had the idea of, like, being the princess that would eventually meet a prince.
I don't know where you would have ever gotten that notion from.
Disney. Yeah, so for a while, I kind of had that belief that I'd eventually find, like, my Prince Charming or whatever. And then I found out about this and learn more about how, romantic relationships are actually a lot more complicated than you would have thought. And I'm like, okay, reality check.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you go through life with a black and white TV, and then all of a sudden you've got color. And it's almost like, how did I ever see the world in black and white?
Yeah, and that's one of the things I'm going through. It's like, I look back at my younger self and how, I initially thought this sort of thing, and I'm like, how did I ever think that was going to work?
Yeah, well, and you know what? Kudos to you for not only recognizing that, but embracing it, because there are some people who go through life with a black and white TV. They're given a brand new full color TV and they just can't handle the colors and they go back to watching their black and white TV.
Yeah.
Kudos to you for having the presence of mind to embrace what you did get enlightened with. I think that's a good spot. We can take a quick break and come back, and we're going to talk about how to address adolescent idealism and hopefully help our parents out there deal with it. Not deal with it, but certainly help their kids get through it and nurture that sense with them. But we'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about adolescent idealism. And now we're going to talk about how to address adolescent idealism. We're saying that a lot today.
Yes, we got a commission every time we say it.
Yep. When young people hit their teen years, they often start to see the world through a new lens of idealism and opinionated perspectives. This can be quite a shift for parents and caregivers to handle, but there are effective ways to support teens during this critical stage of cognitive development. Firstly, it's key to really listen to what they're saying. When teens talk about issues that matter to them, like vegetarianism, taking the time to understand and show genuine interest can strengthen your bond. If it's something you can do, adding a vegetarian option at meal times shows support for their choices.
Validation goes a long way. Acknowledging their feelings and views makes them feel seen and respected. Recounting your own youthful experiences of challenging the status quo can bridge gaps, helping your teen feel a sense of shared experience and less isolation. Nuance is also an important concept to introduce. Encouraging teens to see the good in people they may disagree with helps them grasp that the world isn't black and white. Introducing them to books or podcasts can expand their perspectives, fostering empathy and understanding.
The foundation of your relationship with your teen could be... The foundation of your relationship with your teen should be unconditional love and support. They need to know that you're in their corner, ready to listen and take them seriously. Instead of discounting their idealistic views, nurture their enthusiasm and guide them towards expressing their ideas with tact and respect. Lastly, educating yourself about adolescent development and the issues your teen is passionate about can be incredibly beneficial. This not only shows that you're...
Slow down.
I need to relax. This not only shows your teen that you care, but also equips you to help them find constructive ways to channel their activism. Demonstrating that their voice is powerful and can contribute positively to the community can empower them to make a meaningful impact.
So as you navigate through your teen years with this new lens of idealism, how do you reconcile the passion of your convictions with the complexities of the world that sometimes doesn't align with your perspectives?
All right, so...
It's a good thing I wrote the questions down, huh?
Yeah, this is another one that... Could you say it differently, please? It's a bit much for me to read, and I don't entirely understand it.
So how do you reconcile your feelings and your passions with reality when they don't necessarily meet? Like you may see things one way and the world may see it differently, or a large segment of the population may see it differently. How do you reconcile that? Is that a conflict for you? Is that an avoidance for you? Is that somebody out there who has a difference of opinion that you might be able to see reason from your perspective?
That's the thing. A lot of the times I'm kind of more of the avoided person, although I do think that I could, if I, tried more and was a little, braver with everything, I do feel like I could at least debate with people who don't exactly see my perspective. And, we could maybe find some sort of compromise or maybe at least get to a point to agree to disagree.
Do you see that there's a value in that, though? Is there a value in taking somebody who may think differently about a subject and pick a subject? It doesn't matter. Abortion, okay? So you have one view, and we're not even going to discuss what the view is. There's two sides to the abortion debate.
Mm-hmm.
Is there value? Do you perceive value in discussing your point of view with someone else if there's a chance that maybe you can bring them around to your line of thinking, or does that not even matter to you?
The thing is, I don't want to, force people to change. However,
convincing people is not forcing.
Fair enough, yeah. So, yeah, if I could convince somebody to see reason, I feel like, that is beneficial. And I don't want to, assume that my own view is, the best view on a certain topic, especially, more controversial topics. However, I do think that if I could, convince someone, I could maybe possibly see that I am, gaining. I don't know. I feel like it could be beneficial in a couple of different ways.
Well, and that's why it's important to look at these discussions as discussions or debates, not as arguments.
Yeah.
Arguments, you're trying to force somebody's hand or force somebody's thought.
Yeah.
But in a discussion or in a debate, you present your case. You present your supporting evidence, whatever facts that you have. The other person has to weigh that. Now, they may come back with counterpoints that try to poke a hole in your idea, but you have a chance to overcome those as well. So when you have these types of discussion, you have to be as open-minded to and receptive of their thoughts and opinions as you want them to be to yours.
Yeah, and I feel like that would be the most beneficial way of going about it, because not only would they hopefully be open-minded to whatever I'm saying, I'll be open-minded to whatever they're saying. And I feel like that would be beneficial for both sides.
And the thing to keep in mind is there's two sides to the abortion debate. There's two very clear sides to it, just like there are to gun control and whatever else. But there's a lot of different levels on each of those sides.
Yep.
So if, for instance, you have someone who's just diametrically opposed to your point of view, and you can sit down and have a logical discussion with them, present your case, and not plant the seed of doubt, but at least make them see it from your perspective. Maybe, just maybe, you might be able to make them be a little bit more sympathetic and a little less unrealistic in their point of view if they're fanatical about their point of view.
Yeah.
And that's where compromise starts. That's where you can start working on compromise and meet somewhere in the middle. And that's really what makes the world a better place. It's not my way or your way. It's somewhere in the middle. And if your ability to have those discussions to people can start moving them down to that middle ground, that ground of rationalism, then that's how we make the world a better place. It's not about convincing them of our perspective, because like you said, we aren't saying that our perspective or our opinion's the way of the world, but if I can soften up the other guy's point of view to at least be receptive, then he can be more receptive on other things, or she can be more receptive on other things too.
Yeah.
And if we come back in from that left and that right extreme side, we come back into that middle ground there, we can cooperate on things and we can make things a little bit more better for the rest of the world.
Yeah, the idea of at least just getting away from extremism, I think, is at least the best way we should be going about things.
So in discussions with parents and caregivers, how do you find common ground when viewpoints do clash, especially on topics you feel strongly about, like politics or social justice?
Well, if we've ever had to, clash with certain issues, usually I will present my case and why I believe certain things. And then whatever other family member that disagreed with me would, present their case. And I feel like through that sort of thing, we can still find some sort of compromise, usually something that we can agree upon. We'll basically try to go back and forth between us in the discussion until we reach a point that we can both at least kind of agree on.
Okay. And that's how the process is supposed to work. It's common ground. One last question, and then we'll take a quick break and come back with your closing thoughts. So looking forward, how do you envision channeling your current ideals and passions into actions that will positively shape your community and the wider world?
Well, I think I want to take a larger stance when it comes to activism, or at least in a way, try to do more. I have all these ideas and passions, but I don't always utilize them. I understand I'm not really the most social person out there, and it might be a little more difficult for someone like me to go out there and make a stance. But I do want to try and take more action, because even if, we do the podcast and I talk about wanting to do all the good stuff, I want to actually do things that will be beneficial, will help, will show my activism, rather than just saying I support these topics.
Well, and you never know. The passion that you have for your activism might be the thing that unlocks that innate hesitation to go out there and speak with people more directly. You never know.
Yeah.
We're going to take a quick break. Come back. We'll get your closing thoughts and finish up with the business of the podcast. We'll be right back.
All right. So to everybody out there, I just want to say that adolescent idealism is a pivotal point in teens' lives, as it pretty much will eventually shape them into the person that they're going to be when they become adults, and how they view the world and what they're going to do with it. And I feel that to the parents out there, the best way to, cope with a teen that is very expressive in their ideas is to at least support them. Even if you don't support their arguments, or you don't really have the same beliefs as them, the idea of at least supporting this stage in their life, instead of just saying, oh, you're just a kid, you can't be thinking that kind of thing, those kind of things, or, oh, you're just a kid, you shouldn't be worrying about that sort of thing. I feel like we should at least be encouraging that sort of thing, because teens are very smart and teens do have these ideas. And I think we kind of need to stop treating it as oh, it's just a kid being rebellious, or it's just the point where it's oh, the kid just doesn't understand or something.
Amen to that. I couldn't agree with that more. I think it's important that the understand, people my age need to understand that tomorrow's in your hands. It may sound overwhelming at times when people say stuff like that, but if they don't start getting you ready for it now, it's going to be dropped in your lap, and you're not going to know what to do with it.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I've had to deal with at this point. It's I'm literally 1 year away from being considered a legal adult in my country, and it's I'm terrified. I feel like I might be more prepared than other people, but I'm still terrified. And I can't imagine the idea of parents still wanting to restrict their kids at my age from seeing certain things about the world. And it's when I actually become an adult and you can't do that, what am I going to do?
It's our job as parents to prepare our kids to inherit the world, like the article said. I couldn't agree more. So that's all we had today. Before we do go, I want to once again implore our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Things, and audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, Buzzsprout, etc. I would also invite you to write in, give us your thoughts, give us your feedback. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Check us out on Twitter. We stream 5 days a week at Twitter. No, we don't stream on Twitter 5 days a week. But we are on Twitter or X at insights_things. On Twitch, we stream 5 days a week at twitch.com/insightsintothings. We're also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, where you can get links to that and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, for now, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, not really anymore though, normally hosted by you and my brother Sam, although that's probably changing soon anyway.
Boy, and if that's not a confusing plug, I don't know what is.
Hey, I'm not the best at advertising, again.
Clearly.
Whatever.
That's it, folks. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 186, Boundaries Matter. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my confident and resilient co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How are you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right.
Okay. I know it's been quite some time since we've been on the air for fresh podcasts.
Yep.
I think our last podcast was, early December?
About, yeah.
We had planned on taking the time around the holidays off, which we did, and we were going to start back up after the holidays. Then I came down with a cold, and you came down with a cold, and this and that, and everything else. And we had various reasons that kept us out of the studio. But we are back. We are live as of right now, although when people watch the recording, we won't be. We'll be alive, but not live.
Yep.
Any big announcements? One big announcement. We picked up an affiliate podcast on the network. Sam, our host of Insights into Tomorrow, has started up his own gaming podcast, No Credits Rolled. He's up to episode 4 on that. Both episodes will be coming out. Episode 3 and 4 will be coming out on Monday. So that's exciting. Anything else exciting that we've got to catch up on?
I mean, there probably is stuff. It's just I can't really think of anything right now.
See, next time we're off this long, we kind of have to make a list of things.
That's true.
But today we're talking about boundaries matter. Healthy boundaries are crucial for adolescents to cultivate positive relationships and maintain mental well-being. Addressing unhealthy boundaries and potential relational trauma